Chapter 50. Wang Xiling cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Jiang, please do not belittle yourself. I am not as good as you in writing. Chancellor Chen then shook his head. Lu Min is not bad, but his policy theory is somewhat biased. He does not understand the current situation in the court, and is too extreme. I think Jiang Chao is not bad. Chancellor Chen interrupted him. I have seen his essays, and they cover all aspects. He can be considered a talent. As they spoke, the surrounding scholars heard this and surrounded them with smiles. Brother Mo is treating us, why not invite us together? You are really too stingy. This. Chancellor Song also frowned. Lu Min's family is poor, so it is natural that he knows nothing about the court. Lu Min was not the only one writing. In the Jiangfu, Jiang Wan put down her brush, and Bai Ji lifted the xian paper on the table to blow on it. Lian Qiao said, do you want to send that boy again? Mo Tsong laughed heartily, you actually said that I am stingy. Fine, today I will be generous and invite everyone together, so that I will not let down the friendship of being classmates. Indeed, Mo Tsong, Wang Lingping, Lu Min, Chancellor Song muttered, these three have outstanding results in the 4 books and 5 classics, laws and decrees. Lu Min returned to the Guizi Institute study dormitory. He was the only one there. Although the Guizi Institute had its own dormitory, it was still a far cry from the scholars' own residences. The scholars did not want to live in the dormitory, so Lu Min took advantage of it and lived alone in a large and spacious room. A group of people chatted and laughed as they walked out, all youths in high spirits. Behind them, there was one person who had fallen behind the main door of the Guizi Institute. This person was tall and wore a faded blue robe. His features were delicate and fair, but there was a hint of loneliness and indignation. He looked at the back of the crowd from afar, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. Miss, this matter is really inappropriate, Lu Zhu said hesitantly, what if someone else finds out? After all, it is a strange man, and such a private letter. The green-clothed youth giggled. If the two of you continue to be so modest, we'll have no choice but to jump into the moat. This person was none other than Mo Khan. At this moment, he seemed to be in a very good mood. He waved his hand and said, I've been reading so many books these days that my head hurts. Why don't we go and have some fun? I'll be the host today. Let's go to East Wind Pavilion for a small gathering. What do you think? Jiang Wan smiled faintly and did not reply. Presumably, Lu Min was reading her first letter. In her previous life, Jiang Wan clearly remembered the top 3, Wang Xiling, Mo Tsong, and Jiang Chao. Lu Min only got the 18th place, but 3 years later, there was news that the chief examiner had been bribed. The emperor was furious and punished the chief examiner. Among the articles from that year, Lu Min was the only one that caught his eye. From then on, Lu Min was promoted to a secondary 3rd-rank official and was promoted step by step until he finally became the imperial tutor. The end of the year had just passed, and the sun seemed to have a hint of spring in it. It had been sunny for several days, and the capital was bustling with activity. There was a joyous atmosphere everywhere. This was the Lu Min that Chancellor Song and Chancellor Chen mentioned. Lu Min was different from the other scholars of the Guizi Institute. He was not the son of a noble family. His family was poor, and there was only his widowed mother in the house. His mother had an old friend who was a noblewoman in the capital. Thus, she thought of a way to get Lu Min into the Guizi Institute. Lu Min's mother had a strong sense of self-esteem all her life. For the sake of Lu Min's admission, she had sought help from her old friend for the first time. Ever since Lu Min had entered the institute, he had vowed that he would stand out and repay his mother's kindness in raising him. After the morning classes, the students walked out of the Guizi Institute in 2s and 3s. The one walking at the front was Jiang Chao. At this moment, he was beaming as he chatted with 2 good friends beside him. Chancellor Song also smiled and agreed. Jiang Wan nodded, I will go later, after today. Wang Xiong's knowledge of the classics is becoming more and more proficient, making this younger brother feel ashamed of his inferiority. Jiang Chao's face showed a faint sense of shame. After he finished writing, he lifted the xian paper from the table and blew on it. However, he was troubled. He did not know who the owner of the letter was, and he did not know who he should write to. After staring blankly for a moment, Lu Min shook his head and laughed at himself for being possessed. He put the xian paper into the envelope, and after some thought, he directly placed it on the desk, treating it as a joke. However, the students of the Guizi Institute were not in the mood to bask in the joy of the new year. They were all preparing for the imperial examinations that were to be held 10 days later. Inside the room, the students were in a heated discussion while the Chancellor of the Institute was talking to Chancellor Chen. Chancellor Chen's gaze moved slightly, and then he slowly smiled. What you and I have said does not count. In the end, it is still His Majesty's idea. He placed the textbook on the desk, but when he turned his head, he was stunned for a moment. He did not know when, but there was an envelope on the desk. Only the Guizi Institute's children could enter the study room when they were cleaning, and he did not know who had placed it there. Lu Min hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to open the envelope. As soon as he opened it, a snow-white piece of paper fell out. After Chancellor Chen heard this, he did not immediately reply. After a moment of silence, Chancellor Song cautiously looked at him and hesitantly asked, "Darren, do you feel that something is wrong? Please enlighten me." Chancellor Chen was in his 40s, but his hair had already turned white, making him look like an immortal. Stroking his beard, he said, "Let's hear it. For this imperial examination, this lowly official thinks that there are a few people who are not bad." Chancellor Song looked inside. Most of the nobles in the Guizi Institute were idlers, but they had an undeserved reputation. Lu Min looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. The only person that he thought was not bad, Mo Tsong, was the son of a rich family, and would not associate with a poor person like him. Thus, Lu Min became a weirdo in the Guizi Institute, and was always a loner. This was to ask for advice. Normally, the students of the Guizi Institute would do this as well. Whenever there was a question that they did not understand that needed to be discussed, they would write a letter with their questions. This was a method of scholars, and at the same time, it was fun. However, because of Lu Min's identity, no one had ever taken the initiative to discuss a question with him. There was no signature in the letter, so he did not know who wrote it. Lu Min thought for a while, but still had no clue. Looking at the handwriting again, it was natural and elegant. It was said that looking at the handwriting was like looking at the person. At first glance, the handwriting was sharp, but on a closer look, the strokes were smooth, and there was an unfathomable feeling. For a moment, his competitive spirit was aroused. He found a piece of xian paper from the desk, found some ink to grind, and picked up the brush to write. It was just that the ordinary xian paper was very rare compared to the pear blossom paper that the nobles in the Guizi Institute paid particular attention to. Lu Min bent down to pick it up. Just as he opened it, he saw a line of strong and sharp handwriting. In the past, the saints ruled the country with propriety, and the country flourished. After the saints passed away, the country declined. Propriety was the right way to rule the country. However, there was also a saying, although propriety is good, it is difficult to restrict the people. Only by law can the world follow suit, and there will be peace and prosperity. I am an idiot, and cannot understand it. It is Juanxiang's ear. Lian Qiao asked, speaking of which, it is strange. Since Miss has never seen it, why did you write these things with him? Chancellor Song shook his head, too smooth, and only knows empty logic, it may not be a good thing. Chapter 51. Lu Zhu saw that Jiang Yuan was still deep in thought and pursed her lips. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, speaking of which, there is actually a piece of good news. Zhou Momo has already woken up today, and she seems to be in much better spirits. The black-clothed young master pursed his lips. All right. He paused for a moment, then said, pay more attention to the Jiang family. Things have been getting tighter and tighter these days. Mo Tsong put away her playful expression and became serious. I heard from my sister that Yang Guiren has been acting tyrannically in the palace recently. Has it begun already? Ah Shao, why don't you transfer a few embroidered uniform guards to me? The directorate hasn't been right lately, I'm worried about Jiang Chao. The black-clothed youth shook his head and asked, how was the exam? Mo Tsong looked at him in surprise. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? When the black-robed young master heard his words, he was slightly startled. That night in the temple floated up in his mind. The young girl was dressed in plain clothes, and her eyes were extraordinarily beautiful under the moonlight. She looked at the corpses on the ground with a smile, but her eyes were as cold as snow. When they met again, his red robe was fluttering, like a mysterious ball of fire that had grasped all the secrets of the Shen residence. Ever since the last time Zhou Momo had fainted, Jiang Wan had ordered Bai Ji and Lian Xiao to take care of her. However, she did not know if it was a relapse of her old illness, but Zhou Momo had not regained consciousness for a long time. Hearing this news, Jiang Ruan's expression relaxed a little, and she said, this is a good thing, I will go and see her. Just as so. I should be able to get into the top 3. Mo Tsong didn't care at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and said regretfully, it's a pity for Lu Min. If he wasn't so stubborn, I would have wanted to make friends with him. From Chancellor Chen's point of view, I'm afraid that Jiang Chao will take advantage of him. In the memory of his previous life, although Wang Xiling was the Zhuanyuan, he was only appointed by the emperor as a 6th-ranked imperial study attendant. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, he had no achievements in his official career. However, Jiang Wan had heard from the 8th prince that although this person's talent and learning were outstanding, his experience was too shallow, and he liked to curry favor with others. Moreover, the Wang family was said to be a noble family in the capital, but it was merely an undeserved reputation. Currently, it was merely an empty shell. Inside the private room of the Dongfeng restaurant, a curtain of purple gold beads hung down heavily, tightly covering the entrance. Only a dazzling luster could be seen. Seeing him like this, Mo Tsong said, he's the son of the Minister of War, Jiang Quan's second wife. Jiang Quan is really something. This son of his is practically a demon. Every day he annoys me to no end. I don't know how Jiang Quan has taught him. A few days ago, wasn't the matter of the daughter of the Jiang Fu causing an uproar throughout the capital? Yet Jiang Quan still has the mood to fiddle with his son's matters. He's really good. Mo Tsong rambled on, but when no one responded, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at his good friend. Seeing that the black-clothed young man had a pensive look on his face, Mo Tsong continued, I heard from Yifeng that you've been asking him to investigate a woman for the past few days. He teased, whose family is it? Do I know her? What Yifeng found out was that this was the first time this lady entered the Shen residence. It was impossible for him to know the secret of the Shen residence, but it was unknown how he had such remarkable abilities. The daughter of the Jiang family's first wife was rumored to be a weak and meek person, but it seemed like that was not the case at all. Who exactly was she? The most important thing was that Lu Min had always been on the crown prince's side. He valued traditional etiquette and had turned a blind eye to the 8th prince's goodwill. However, Lu Min's opportunity was 3 years later. Too many things could happen in 3 years' time. What Jiang Wan wanted to do was to help this impoverished future grand tutor and bring forward his opportunity. The black-clothed young master slightly regained his composure and lightly said, it's nothing. Recently, 8th brother has been very close to Prime Minister Liang. There are many fishy things about the imperial examinations. You should pay more attention. Needless to say about Jiang Chao, Mo Tsong was a talent. Mo Tsong was the youngest son of the imperial minister, Mo Darren. His personality was carefree and jumpy, and he was a person who gave people headaches. However, his views on political affairs were quite innovative. For the emperor, who was used to hearing the officials stick to the conventional answers, it was undoubtedly a fresh experience. After the imperial examinations, he was selected as the top scorer and was given the position of a fourth-ranked junior minister of the imperial servant temple, which was only 2 ranks lower than his father. Mo Tsong was a person who liked to make friends. In the imperial court, it was hard to tell which faction he supported. He seemed to be neutral, and the 8th prince had a lot of headaches because of him. That night, the capital was filled with lanterns that had yet to be collected at the end of the year. The dark sky was also illuminated with a bright red. Many common people also walked the streets. There were Jianghu people everywhere, and the temporary stage was set up. It was very lively. In the whole world, only you would dare to brazenly defy the imperial edict. The green-clothed young master sat down in front of the table in the middle of the room. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. He sighed, "If you had come half a quarter of an hour earlier, I would not have needed to accompany that group of people from the Guozijian to drink and drink." This person was Mo Kong. The black-clothed young man ignored his teasing, and his eyes became increasingly cold. Mo Tsong touched his nose. Although he looked embarrassed, he could not help but say, "You don't have to be shy. There is nothing to be shy about. When it comes to other things, you are better than me. When it comes to matters between men and women, you are not as good as me. How about I take you to drink and drink some flower wine some other day? The new Lady Ryue of Tsuewei Pavilion is really gentle." As he said this, Mo Tsong looked at his good friend's expression again. However, he saw that the other party did not seem to have heard what he said. He sighed, "With your temperament, I really do not know who can enter your eyes. When I look around, all the beauties in the capital and you are too common. It must be a shocking one." In the room, a person was leaning against the window. He lowered his head and looked at the bustling crowd downstairs. The light shone on his handsome jade-like face. His long eyelashes were hanging down, making it difficult to see the emotions in his eyes. He wore clothes as black as night. His cold temperament could not be concealed, and there was a kind of unconcealable elegance that could not be concealed. When the black-clothed young man saw him coming, he did not move and said, "The emperor does not know." The bead curtain was suddenly lifted, and a green-clothed young man walked in. He was also upright and handsome, and his expression was all smiles. He said to the black-clothed young man, "Hey, long time no see. Why did you come back in such a hurry this time?" Of course, the two of them could not compare to Lu Min, who had caught up with them. Not only did the emperor of the imperial palace not become muddle-headed with age like everyone thought, his actions were unpredictable and extremely suspicious. If Mo Tsong and Wang Xiling had families to rely on, Lu Min came from a poor background and was upright and outspoken. This kind of person could be used without worry. Lu Min himself was also a talented person. This upstart in the imperial court quickly became the emperor's most trusted official. If they could get on Lu Min's good side in this life, it would be equivalent to having someone to speak in the palace. Jiang Chao. The black-clothed young man frowned slightly. Chapter 52. The weather at the beginning of spring was getting better by the day, and the mood of the people seemed to be the same as well. Jiang Su and Xia Yan were extremely polite to Jiang Ruan. Ever since Jiang Li was grounded, they had not seen each other. Other than occasionally encountering second Yinyang's sarcastic remarks, the rest of the days were spent peacefully, as if it was meant to be so peaceful. Lu Zhu poured a cup of red date and lotus seed tea for Jiang Ruan. Inside, there was locust flower honey that had just been sent from the kitchen. The color was very beautiful. Jiang Ruan supported her chin with one hand and casually flipped through the book in her hand. "Miss should also take a break. You've been reading for half the morning." Lu Zhu smiled, those who don't know would think that Miss is going to be the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Baiji laughed and scolded, Miss is not someone you can make fun of. You're becoming more and more unruly. Lu Zhu looked at Jiang Ruan and only smiled, that's how it is. Miss, did this servant say anything wrong? Jiang Ruan looked at the two servant girls who were fooling around beside her and was about to say something when she saw Lien Qiao walk in with a cold face. Lien Qiao was usually all smiles, but this expression showed that she had encountered something. Sure enough, without waiting for Jiang Ruan to open her mouth, Lien Qiao said, just now, this servant was passing by Yan Huayuan and was stopped by Li Momo, who served Madam. She said that Ruan Ju did not have enough manpower, so Madam had personally selected a few servant girls and would send them over later. Bah, and I thought that she had been well behaved for the past few days. Sure enough, she had bad intentions and wanted to plant people in our courtyard. Lower your voice. Baiji quickly said, the walls have ears. Lu Zhu also frowned, this is really too much. Jiang Ruan smiled and slowly picked up the cup. She could not refuse under the pretense that it was for her own good. She could not openly doubt the mistress of the household. Xia Yan was always like this, making rude requests while maintaining a bright appearance. Who knew what kind of dirty thoughts were hidden underneath? Zhou Momo's words seemed to ring in her ears, eldest miss, this old servant has something to say even if it means death. Madam's death was not accidental, it must be related to that woman in Yan Huayuan. This old servant wanted to stay in the Fu to find evidence, but did not want to end up in this situation. Eldest miss may not believe these words, but this old servant has followed Madam for many years. This old servant is very clear about Madam's health. At that time, the illness was strange, but Master did not ask about it. First young lady, Madam was harmed by someone. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the handle of the white porcelain cup. Jiang Ruan's gaze was chilly. Zhao Mei's death had something to do with Xia Yan, and she believed that this was true. If Jiang Quan also knew about this matter and tolerated it until now, then in the future, he could not blame her for being heartless. As she was thinking this, she heard someone report from outside, Miss, Sister Du Wan from Guilin Courtyard is here. Du Wan walked in with a smile. Old Madam asked this servant to invite eldest miss over. She has something to tell you. Jiang Wan stood up and asked in a warm voice, we have troubled Du Wan Jijia to make this trip. We will go now. Du Wan Jijia, do you know what is the matter? Du Wan smiled, eldest miss, please don't call me that. I'm not worthy of it. This servant doesn't know what it is, but looking at the date, the Lantern Festival should be coming soon. During the Lantern Festival, Jiang Ruan's pupils suddenly shrank and her expression abruptly stiffened. Her hands seemed to be unable to straighten as they stood rooted to the ground like stones. Baiji worriedly asked, what's wrong, miss? Jiang Ruan then returned to her senses and smiled, nothing. Her fingernails, hidden in her sleeves, secretly dug into her palms. The Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival. In her previous life, the day that made her infamous should have been a few years later, on the Spring Festival when she had just returned to the Fu. On that day, the ridicule in everyone's eyes, the worry of Xia Yan and her daughter, and Jiang Quan's indifference, were vivid in her mind. Now that she had been reborn, the date of her return to the Jiang Fu had been brought forward by a few years. She did not know whether that despicable and despairing day would repeat itself. Regardless of whether it would or not, there was one thing that was different. That was, she would not be like a stupid pig that would be trampled upon by others. Whoever harmed her, she would return the favor 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. Du Wan was originally looking at Jiang Ruan with a smile, but at this moment, her heart could not help but skip a beat. She only felt that Jiang Ruan's gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Unexpectedly, it was no different from the evil spirits of the 18 layers of hell painted on the temple walls, emitting a dense ghostly aura. In the next second, she saw Jiang Wan looking at her with a smile, her eyes as clear as the flowing water in the mountains. She softly said, "Let's go to Zumu's courtyard." In Guilan Yuan, Jiang Su and Xia Yan had already arrived. Seeing Jiang Wan and Du Wan enter, Jiang Su was the first to jump down from the old Jiang madam's couch. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "The Jijia, the Lantern Festival is in 3 days. Zumu has ordered us sisters in the Fu to go to the Ling Long boat to play. The Jijia has not been there yet, right? It's so fun." Xia Yan gently said, "Huan Yang has just returned to the capital. The Lantern Festival is very lively. Why not go together to take a look? It's also good to share in the festive atmosphere." Jiang Ruan's eyebrows raised and she sneered in her heart. Sure enough, whether it was in her previous life or this life, Xia Yan and her daughter's intention to trick her had not changed one bit. The Lantern Festival was a very special festival in the Great Jin dynasty, especially for those who were in love. Men and women who had reached marriageable age would come out one after another to play on this day. Many good stories would be told during the Lantern Festival. On this day, the children of the nobles in the capital had their own ways of playing. There would be 2 large boats decorated with dragons and phoenixes. The young ladies of noble families, aristocratic daughters, princesses and the like would sit on the Ling Long boat, while the young masters of noble families, princes and princes would sit on the Qing Song boat. The 2 boats would swim side by side on the lake. Even though they were close together, it was not to the extent that there was no distinction between men and women. The boats of the Lantern Festival were, in fact, a blind date between the upper-class nobles. The young ladies could show off their talents in front of these young masters. If there was one who was exceptionally talented, many of the young masters would fall in love with her. After one night, her name would be known throughout the capital by the next day. Therefore, on this day, it was a competition to prove themselves. The young ladies of noble families secretly competed with each other, hoping to win a good future for themselves and a good husband. Jiang Su's title as the number 1 beauty in the capital was not due to her limelight at the Lantern Festival every year. In her previous life, the pitiful Jiang Ruan was completely unaware of the knack of it. She was deceived by Jiang Su and made a fool of herself on the Ling Long boat. Later on, such a thing happened. On the second day, Jiang Su was no longer the most talked about person after the Lantern Festival, because that person had been replaced by Jiang Ruan. On that day of the Lantern Festival, rumors spread everywhere in the capital. Jiang Ruan's reputation plummeted and she became the biggest joke in the capital. If all these were nothing, then there was a scene in her memory that was deeply engraved in her mind. That day, everyone was full of ridicule and ridicule. Only the 8th prince had gently spoken up for Jiang Ruan. It was only because she had been blind at that time that she had taken the ridicule in his eyes as concern. In this life, when she saw her old friend again, things remained the same but people had changed. She already knew that under his gentleman's skin was a wolf's ambition. 3 days later, during the Lantern Festival, what kind of gift should she give him so that she would not have lived in vain? Chapter 53. The matter was thus decided. 3 days later, all the young ladies in the Jiang Fu would go to Ling Long boat. Everyone was well aware of the old Jiang madam's intentions. Jiang Su's expression was as usual, but she could not conceal the trace of excitement in her eyes. Presumably, this was another opportunity for her to show off. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had been spared from confinement by Jiang Quan. When they met at Guilan Yuan, she seemed to be much more restrained. When Second Yinyang learned of this opportunity, she was naturally overjoyed. Jiang Dan stood awkwardly on the spot, her face full of timidity. She did not even know where to place her hands. Jiang Yuan could not help but look at her a few more times. In her previous life, because of her own incomparable inferiority, she had not taken the initiative to pay attention to Jiang Dan. Now, it seemed that this youngest sister of the Jiang Fu was excessively timid. Old Jiang Madam said a few things that needed attention, and then waved her hand to dismiss everyone. Before leaving, Xia Yan specially called out to Jiang Wan Yang, "The few maids that I have chosen for you will be sent to your courtyard in a while. First, see if these maids are to your liking. If they are not to your liking, we can change them." Jiang Wan smiled and thanked her, not the slightest bit of annoyance could be seen. Xia Yan's smile deepened, and the two of them exchanged pleasantries before leaving on their own. After Xia Yan and Jiang Su had left for a long time, Lu Zhu said, "Furan is a little too impatient. There is no need to disgrace yourself. Others see that it is for the good of me as a daughter. How can it be considered disgrace?" Jiang Wan did not take it to heart. Lu Zhu had been with Lian Qiao for a long time, so she did not conceal her words. "Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube," she said, "who are you trying to deceive? Even this servant can see the knack. Everyone here is well aware of it." Old Furan also did not say anything, so this Fu is not peaceful all day. Jiang Wan burst out laughing. Because Lu Zhu was a servant of the residence and not a child of a master, she was not as loyal to the Jiang Fu as Lian Qiao and Bai Ji. She talked about it as if it was someone else's house. When Jiang Wan laughed, Lu Zhu reacted and blushed. "This servant has overstepped her boundaries, miss, please punish me." "What you said is very correct," Jiang Wan said. Lu Zhu was not biased towards the Jiang Fu, and this was actually a good thing for her. After all, the things that she wanted to do would be against the Jiang Fu in every aspect. Lian Qiao and Baiji might find it hard to accept, but some of these matters could be handed over to Lu Zhu to handle. Just as he was walking, a person walked towards him. She had a slender waist and walked like a weak willow in the wind. Before she even reached the tip of his nose, a faint fragrance lingered around him. That person was wearing a pinkish-green short jacket and an autumn-fragrant long skirt. She was like an orchid swaying in the wind. It was the fifth mistress, Hong Ying. Seeing Jiang Wan, Hong Ying's eyes curved as she greeted her, "Eldest young lady." Jiang Wan smiled, "Fifth Yin is becoming more and more beautiful." Hong Ying's charming face reddened. "Eldest miss must be joking. These words are too much." Jiang Ruan's smile became even more cordial. Hong Ying was tactful and smarter than she had imagined. At the very least, she did not reject Jiang Ruan's advances. Jiang Wan stretched out her hand to hold Hong Ying. "What I said is absolutely true. With 15 Yang's demeanor, it is no wonder that father dotes on you so much." Her voice lowered. "Now that I have just returned to the Jiang Fu, I am unfamiliar with the affairs of the Fu. It just so happens that when I see 15 Yang, I feel a sense of familiarity. In the future, I hope that 15 Yang will take good care of me. If one day I do something wrong and make father angry, I hope that 15 Yang can put in a good word or two for me." After she finished speaking, she stared unblinkingly at 15 Yang. These words were said with a profound meaning, as if hinting at something. Hong Ying was startled for a moment. She raised her head and saw Jiang Ruan's smiling gaze. Hong Ying felt as if her gaze was covered by a layer of fog. It was clearly clear and limpid, but it made one's heart feel fuzzy. After thinking for a while, her face revealed a terrified expression. "Eldest young lady, what are you saying? If I can help eldest young lady, this servant will definitely spare no effort." Jiang Wan smiled slightly, "Then I will thank 15 Yang first. In this Fu, the only person I can rely on is someone like 15 Yang. With 15 Yang's appearance and demeanor, even the main branch Furan cannot compare." Hearing these words, Hong Ying could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. She looked at Jiang Wan tentatively and smiled, "Eldest young lady, please do not make such a joke with this servant. Furan is of noble birth, while this servant is of lowly birth. The difference between us is like cloud and mud. Every dog has its day, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Has Fifth Yin ever heard of this saying? Jiang Wan said, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Fifth Yin, do not unduly belittle yourself. Even if one is born of lowly birth, it does not necessarily mean that one will not have a good future. Hongying paused, lowered her head, and softly said, the Lantern Festival will be in 3 days. Has eldest young lady gone to Old Furin's place? Her sudden words caused Dezhu, who was following behind her, to be somewhat astonished. She heard Jiang Wan say, that's right, several sisters have gone together. Eldest young lady is kind-hearted, but there are some things that you should pay more attention to. Recently, Furin and second young lady have been acting strangely. Eldest young lady, you must take care. After Hongying finished speaking, she did not linger and hurriedly left without looking at Jiang Ruan's expression. Dezhu, who was behind her, said thoughtfully, young lady, Fifth Yinyang's words seem to have another meaning. She is an intelligent person. Jiang Ruan said, if only she had been able to give me such advice in my previous life. How good would that have been? The last sentence was spoken in a very low voice, so Dezhu did not hear it clearly. She was stunned for a moment. What? Jiang Wan smiled, nothing, let's go back. When they returned to Ruanju, just as Xia Yan had said, the newly sent servant girls had already arrived. When they saw Jiang Wan return, they neatly stood in a row. Bai Ji and Lian Qiao were the first-class servant girls who served personally, while Dezhu was the second-class servant girl. In the Jiang Fu, every young miss had 2 first-class servant girls, 4 second-class servant girls, and 6 third-class servant girls. Yan Huayuan had sent 4, and said that Jiang Wan would personally pick the rest in a few days. The 4 servant girls occupied a row, and all of them were beautiful maidens in their budding years. When Jiang Wan entered, she did not even glance at them, and walked to the soft couch at the side to flip through a book. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji did not say a word, and quietly stood behind Jiang Wan. From time to time, they would serve her hot tea, and they really treated the few young girls in the room as invisible. This went on for more than an hour, and finally, someone could not bear it any longer. One of the servant girls took the lead and walked forward, saying softly, servants greet eldest Mississippi. Only then did Jiang Wan slowly raise her head, seemingly extremely mischievous. She swept a glance over the few servant girls, but her pair of upturned charming eyes were sharp, and finally fell on the face of the servant girl who had walked forward. The servant girl was born with a face as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, and also had a somewhat scholarly air, which doubled her beauty. Her head was lowered, and her appearance was full of humility. What is your name? Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Servant's name is Xu Xiang. The servant girl replied meekly. Xu Xiang. Jiang Wan slowly sipped a mouthful of tea. In her previous life, the servant girl who had accompanied her into the palace looked humble and obedient, kind and amiable. At that time, it was precisely because she had taken a fancy to her literacy that she had kept her by her side. Her last impression of her was that day, before she had become a human swine, when Jiang Su had come to visit her in prison, accompanied by her personal servant girl. Now, she had been sent back to her side. Chapter 54. The 14th day of the first month was the annual Lantern Festival of the Great Jin Dynasty. For young people, it was a grand occasion. As early as a few days ago, the slightly famous clothing and jewelry shops in the capital were bustling with noise and excitement, and cosmetics shops were in short supply. On that day, the young Xiuzai gathered in the tavern early in the morning to discuss who would come out on top in this year's Ling Long boat. Early in the morning, Jiang Wan was woken up by Bai Ji and Lian Qiao. The two of them were busy picking out clothes and jewelry for her to wear that day. Lu Zhu regretted that she could not tag along and said resentfully, Mrs. Charm will definitely be outstanding tonight. It's a pity that this servant will not be able to witness it. I don't know how many people will faint. Lien Qiao heard the sourness in her words and jokingly scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you give me this position to you? I can just stay in the Fu and guard it." "How can that be?" Lu Zhu pouted, "I am not doing things for Mississippi. Moreover, the few new people in the courtyard are not easy to get along with. Since you are not here today, let me kill some of their prestige." "Miss Lu Zhu, please take it easy," Bai Ji also teased, "don't scare these delicate young ladies. They are all servants, how can they be delicate?" Lu Zhu's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, "Moreover, they are all black-hearted. Today, I saw that Xu Xiang rummaging through the inner room a few times, so I followed her. Do you know what I discovered? That Xu Xiang actually stole a handkerchief from Mississippi." "What?" Lien Qiao, who was combing Jiang Ruan's hair, trembled and cried out in surprise. Her actions immediately stopped. "Why didn't you stop her?" Jiang Ruan's gaze paused and she also looked towards Lu Zhu. However, unlike Lien Qiao, she was calm and composed. Lu Zhu said, "Miss has instructed this servant to keep a close eye on those servant girls, especially Xu Xiang. When necessary, I will act according to circumstances. All I need to know is that the servant girl is on the same side as Yan Huayuan. This servant has followed human traffickers in Jianghu since young and has seen many things. If that Xu Xiang's hands and feet are not clean, then it's fine. What I am most afraid of is that she has dirty thoughts. This handkerchief was not a small thing. If it fell into someone else's hands, it could ruin the girl's innocence and ruin her life for no reason. Young lady was asleep at the time, and if this servant reported back to young lady, it would be too late. Thus, this servant acted on my own." Jiang Ruan looked at her, "How did you do it?" A trace of pride flashed in Dewdrop's eyes. "When she went out, I replaced the handkerchief she hid under the pillow with the second young lady's." Bai Ji was shocked. "Why did you do this?" Dewdrop raised her head and said, "If they want to harm second miss, we don't have to worry about anything. If they really take action, second miss will suffer. This is called retribution." Jiang Ruan smiled faintly, "You did very well." She had a new understanding of Lu Zhu. At first it was because this maidservant had dared to testify for her at the Zhuangzi, so she felt grateful. Later on, he saw that she had traveled extensively and gained a lot of experience, so she could be of great help. Now, day by day, Lu Zhu's ability to gather information in the Fu was also very good. She had dealt with today's matter with astuteness and decisiveness. She really had a temperament that made a clear distinction between likes and dislikes. Lien Qiao fiercely heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no one in Yan Huayuan who has good intentions. Dewdrop, we have underestimated you. It's really delightful to have such a vengeful heart. But how did you get second Mrs. handkerchief?" Bai Ji asked. "A few days ago, I passed by the garden to deliver food to young lady for digestion. I saw with my own eyes that second miss had accidentally left it behind. I originally wanted to return it when I had the time, but who knew that it would come in handy today. This is called heaven forgiving who." Lien Qiao burst out laughing, Bai Ji also laughed, and Dewdrop also laughed when she saw the two laughing. Jiang Ruan wore a smile on her face, but in her heart, she already had her own considerations. Xia Yan really wanted her to lose her reputation, and even the methods she used were exactly the same as in her previous life. In this life, the Lantern Festival had been brought forward by 3 years. Could it be that she wanted to ruin her reputation again? She really didn't know what kind of expression she would have in the end when she discovered that the one who had lost her reputation was Jiang Su Su. In Yan Huayuan, Jiang Su Su sat in front of a table, carefully sipping a cup of lotus seed and red date tea. Her posture was dignified and elegant, and her face carried a pure and innocent smile. She was truly as exquisite and pure as a fairy. Xia Yan looked at her own daughter with satisfaction. "Seeing that you are also a young lady, and more charming, I wonder how outstanding a man would be to have the good fortune to marry our family's Su Su. Jiang Su Su angrily said, Mother, what are you saying? Today, I am only 10 years old, and tonight's Ling Long boat is not for sightseeing. I have practiced the 7-string zither for a whole month, and tonight, it is time for me to repay my efforts. You play so well, if it were me, I would not necessarily have your zither skills, Xia Yan proudly said. When the time comes, you will recite the poem I taught you, and the young ladies on the boat will certainly not be able to compete with you. Jiang Su Su smiled, that would be for the best. Suddenly, she frowned, with De Jiejia's appearance, this is the first time she has returned to the capital. On Ling Long boat, she will certainly attract attention. Although she tried her best to conceal it, in the end, a trace of jealousy was revealed. Xia Yan saw this and sternly said, You do not need to care about her, she is only an inauspicious girl. Your father treats her like that, in this Jiangfu, how can she surpass you? Speaking of which, tonight, you do not need to worry about her stealing your limelight, I have already arranged everything. Arranged everything? Jiang Su Su stared blankly for a moment, then laughed out loud, I know that mother loves me. Xia Yan tapped her forehead, in this fu, if she cannot be of help to you, then there is absolutely no reason to keep her around. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, Jiang Ruan's appearance is too magnificent. These few days, I have observed her, and if she is not stupid, then she is too scheming. Seeing how she dealt with Chen Zhao and his family, she is definitely not someone who can be easily fooled. I do not know why, but she always makes me feel uneasy. Keeping her around is a disaster, so it is better to get rid of her early. Mother wants her life. Jiang Su Su asked. Why would I want her life? She has just returned to the capital, so we cannot be too obvious. However, after tonight, it will be impossible for her to stir up any more storms in the capital, Xia Yan said. If anyone had passed by, they would certainly have been stunned by the sinister expression on the face of this woman, who was usually so gentle and amiable. Mother, tell me your plan. Jiang Su Su straightened her body, I also hope that she will make a fool of herself. This fairy-like young girl's eyes were full of jealousy. Xia Yan looked at her daughter disapprovingly, I can tell you, but you must remember, after today, she will be an inauspicious and unchaste person that everyone in the capital will curse and beat. It is not worthwhile for you to haggle over every matter with her, that would only lower your social status. Jiang Su Su agreed coquettishly. Only then did Xia Yan dismiss the surrounding servant girls, leaving only a few confidants behind to discuss in detail with Jiang Su Su. Chapter 55. After the afternoon, when the sun was setting in the west, it was time for the Jiangfu's daughters to head to the Lantern Festival. The rest of the Jiangfu would also go together, but they would not board the Ling Long boat. Instead, they would enjoy the festive lanterns of the entire capital at the restaurants on the shore. The coachman had been waiting for a long time in front of the Fu's gates. Jiang Su Su was the first to get on the carriage and beckoned Jiang Ruan and the rest to come up. Jiang Li and Jiang Dan also sat in the same carriage as Jiang Ruan and the others. A few of the Jiangfu's imperial bodyguards followed them and sent them to the banks of Yongding River, where the Ling Long boat was already waiting. Although the Ling Long boat was spontaneously organized by the noble ladies of the capital, the annual expenses were actually paid for by the palace. It was not the empress, but the most popular honored Consort Shu, the biological mother of the 8th prince. Consort Shu was favored by the emperor and never declined. Her position in the palace was even somewhat feared by the empress. Her maiden family was even richer and did not care about the few taels of silver. She generously booked the expenses of Ling Long boat and Qing Song boat every year during the Lantern Festival. She said it was just for the sake of liveliness, but the deeper meaning behind it was unknown. As Shu daughters, Jiang Li and Jiang Dan were participating in the Lantern Festival for the first time. Jiang Dan timidly lowered her head and did not speak. Jiang Li's expression was somewhat anxious. If it were not for the fact that she had misgivings about Jiang Wan and Jiang Su Su, she would have long since lifted the curtain and stuck her head out to take a look. As Jiang Wan closed her eyes to rest, she suddenly heard Jiang Su Su's voice, "Does De Jijie know any talents?" As expected, she had come. Jiang Wan sneered in her heart, but when she raised her eyes, she said in astonishment, "I don't know anything." Why does second younger sister ask this? Why is De Jijie so modest? Jiang Su Su pretended to be angry. "We're sisters, don't tell me you're shy." Big sister might not know, but every year on the Ling Long boat during the Lantern Festival, every family's young ladies would have to display their talents in order to come out on top. If they were able to win, they would be able to obtain the most beautiful lantern on the boat. Jiang Wan lowered her head and muttered to herself, "It sounds interesting, but I really don't know how to do it." How could this be? Jiang Su Su said, when Danyang was still alive, she was proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. "I don't believe that she didn't teach you." Her tone was innocent, as if she really was a frank and sincere little girl, but her words made people unable to be angry. At that time in the Jiangfu, who did not know that Zhao Mei was a heroine? She had always been born in the Wu family, yet she was willing to learn the 4 arts for Jiang Quan. Moreover, for the sake of Jiang Quan, she had forced herself to learn those genteel things. In front of the capital's most talented woman, she was as childish as a child who had just learned how to read. Jiang Quan was partial to Xia Yan, and would always bring her along on any occasion. Thus, Xia Yan's elegance served as a foil to Xia Yan's rudeness, at least in the eyes of the common people. Now that Jiang Su Su had brought up the matter of Zhao Mei learning the 4 arts, it was easy to imagine the irony in it. Second younger sister's words are wrong, Jiang Wan said with a smile. Could it be that second younger sister's knowledge was all personally taught by mother? Of course not. Father wants to invite a teacher to teach second younger sister, but I don't have the good fortune to invite a teacher in the Zhuangzi. Jiang Su Su choked and paused for a moment before saying, "But I see that De Jijie is so intelligent, so you're not a person without any strong points. Moreover, this matter also concerns our Jiang Fu's reputation. Why doesn't De Jijie think about what talents you have that you can bring to the table? At the very least, it'll be enough to deal with it." In second younger sister's opinion, what can I do? Jiang Wan asked. Jiang Su Su looked at her with some suspicion, but saw that Jiang Ruan's gaze was magnanimous, as if she really wanted her help to make a decision. She said, "Calligraphy, chess, and painting are not things that can be learned overnight. De Jijie has also never learned the zither. Why don't you dance? There should also be singing and dancing performances in the Zhuangzi. Just learn a few of the movements of those songs and dances." Jiang Wan nodded, "This is a good idea. Second younger sister has thought it through thoroughly." Jiang Li, who was at the side, sneered coldly, "Don't make a fool of yourself." Although she said this, a trace of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. Jiang Dan, who was at the side, timidly smiled at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan leaned back, "If that's the case, I should think carefully about what dance to perform later. I believe that De Jijie will definitely amaze everyone." Jiang Su Su smiled. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, as if she was really deep in thought. However, her heart suddenly became clear. The people on the boat were all young ladies of wealthy families. What kind of talent had they not seen before? Jiang Su Su's suggestion was to teach her the songs and dances that could be performed on the stage in the countryside. If she really danced, she would become the laughing stock of the entire capital tomorrow. As expected, Jiang Su Su used the same method as in her previous life. However, the show could not start as she wished. After traveling for an unknown period of time, they heard the coachman shout from outside. The carriage swayed and stopped. A few servant girls outside lifted the curtain, and the people on the carriage slowly alighted. Jiang Wan was the last to alight. When she walked down the grassy shore and saw the scenery in front of her, she could not help but feel a little absent-minded. As the carriage moved, the sky had already darkened. In the deep and serene night sky, there were countless bright Kongming lanterns. The capital city was already in a state of splendor. The moat under their feet was also brightly lit. All kinds of lanterns covered the entire surface of the moat. At a glance, it looked like a flowing river of lanterns. The two boats at the front were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and decorated with many exquisite lanterns. Green smoke curled up in spirals, and sweet laughter could be heard. These were the Qing Song boat and the Ling Long boat. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and heard the manservant outside yell, "The Jiang family's young lady has arrived." The laughter stopped abruptly, and from the large windows of the two boats, gazes from everywhere fell on the few young ladies who had arrived late. As the capital's peerless beauty, Jiang Su naturally enjoyed such gazes. Today, she wore a silver rat gown with a white plum blossom long skirt. Her hair was tied up in a flowing cloud bun, and she only had a white plum blossom jade hairpin on her temples. As she walked, her snow-white cloak swayed in the wind. She was incomparably elegant, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. However, people's gazes only lingered on her for a moment before falling on the young lady behind her. The young lady's entire body was tucked under a bright red crane cloak, which made her skin even more white like jade. It caused people to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts about her graceful figure under the crane cloak. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, her eyebrows were like an ink painting, and under the light of the lantern, her expression was delicate. Her slightly upturned charming eyes contained a faintly discernible coldness. Her red lips were curved, and her long jet-black hair was casually tied into a small bundle behind her head, letting the rest meander down. Unlike the elegant and refined fairy, she was charming and bright. She was obviously extremely well-behaved, and her aristocratic bearing was natural, but it seemed that she was inadvertently seducing people. As she walked towards the crowd step by step, people could not help but hold their breaths. They could not tell whether this young lady, who was like a mortal, was a dream or reality. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 56. Previously, at Assistant Minister Shen's Fu, the young ladies who came and went were mostly young ladies of the capital's official families, but they were not as powerful as today's. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen the daughter of the Jiang family. They had always said that Jiang Su of the Jiang Fu was famous for her talent, and that she had the appearance of a fairy. They were full of curiosity towards this wild young lady who had grown up in the rural village. Who knew that today, they would never have imagined that she would be so outstanding. The Qing Song boat and the Ling Long boat were very close to each other, and both boats were anchored side by side at the ferry port. Every movement of the Jiang Fu's young miss from the shore onto the boat could be seen by everyone on the Qing Song boat. In front of the two daughters of the Jiang Fu, Jiang Dan and Jiang Li were naturally ignored. However, the gazes that usually fell on Jiang Su were all directed at Jiang Yuan tonight. On Qing Song boat, an official's young master, who was dressed in brocade and luxurious clothing, stared in a daze and murmured, "One glance can cause the downfall of a city, another glance can cause the downfall of a country." Jiang Yuan walked step by step appropriately, but in her heart, she felt somewhat mocking. In her previous life, she had also walked step by step onto this Ling Long boat, but unfortunately, she did not receive such breathtaking gazes from the crowd. At that time, their gazes were filled with condescending ridicule, as if they were watching a lowly person trembling with fear as she walked into an upper-class gathering for the first time. In this life, how did it become like this? What she did not know was that in her previous life, because of Jiang Su and Xia Yan's daily indoctrination, coupled with the few years of being looked down upon in the rural village, she had long developed a timid and self-abased temperament. After returning to the Jiang Fu, Xia Yan had pretended to be close to her, practically spoiling her, and had used the tactic of praising her to death. She had never asked a teacher to teach her how to read or play the zither, nor had she learned any needlework, and her etiquette was even more casual. To these noble families in the capital who paid attention to rules, this was a big joke. Moreover, when it came to one's appearance, one's temperament accounted for 50%. In her previous life, she had been timid and meek, so no matter how good her appearance was, it would have been a waste if she was set off by that kind of behavior. Later, in the palace, in order to make her a perfect chess piece, the 8th prince naturally put in a lot of hard work. The demeanor and temperament that she developed in the palace was something that no one could learn. Everyone present had sharp eyes. They could tell at a glance that her etiquette was flawless. The lessons of blood and tears in her previous life had added a mysterious temperament to her. Now that she was moving leisurely, coupled with her gorgeous appearance from the instant's dungeon, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. The smile on Jiang Su's face was still warm, but if one were to look at it carefully, it was not difficult to discover that it was stiff. As soon as she boarded the ship, Miss Shui from the left deputy imperial censor's residence, whom she was familiar with, immediately called for her. Jiang Su then pulled Jiang Dan with one hand and Jiang Li with the other as they walked towards her. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but she left Jiang Wan standing where she was. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji, who were following behind Jiang Wan, frowned. Jiang Wan lightly curled her lips. After all, she was still young and did not know how to endure patiently. Although compared to other young girls, she was considered to be more scheming, Jiang Su was still a 10-year-old girl. She always wanted to be competitive. Once her position was threatened, she could no longer care about maintaining her mask. She was left alone in the same place, allowing everyone on Qing Song boat to see everything clearly. One of the young masters dressed in blue said angrily, "How can they bully a delicate little girl like this? These women are really too much." He was the young master of the Zombing Darren's Fu. On the other side, another young master echoed, "Indeed, this is too extreme. If not for the fact that there is no precedent, I really want her to sit next to me." However, there were more than one person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. On Ling Long boat, Jiang Wan had not yet decided where to sit when she heard a familiar voice calling out to her, "Jiang Wan, come here." Turning her head, she saw that it was Lin Zixiang. Jiang Wan walked over to her and sat down beside her. Lin Zixiang carefully sized her up before she nodded and said, "You're much prettier than your younger sister. This red is also more pleasing to the eye than that hypocritical white." Jiang Wan was speechless. Lin Zixiang pulled her hand again and said to the people sitting at the table, "This is Miss Jiang from Minister Zhang's Fu, Jiang Su's older sister." On the boat, there was a small group. The little sisters of nobility who were familiar with each other sat at the same table. Although Lin Zixiang was also isolated like Jiang Wan in Assistant Minister Shen's Fu, Lin Zixiang also had her own good friends in the circle of the young ladies in the capital. Lin Zixiang also introduced to her, "This is Miss Dong from the capital's Inspector General's Fu, Miss Su from Hanlin Academy's Chancellor's family, Miss Wen from Valiant Cavalry's Fu, and Miss Zhao, the youngest daughter of Envoy Yun." Dong Yinger was the daughter of the Inspector General's family. She was born with a delicate, pretty, and adorable round face. Seeing this, she generously said to her, "So you are Jiang Wan. Just now, looking at you, I was dumbfounded. Only now did I know that there is such a beautiful young lady in this world." Her words were naive and frank, without any deliberate flattery. Hearing these words, it caused others to have a good impression of her. Wen Fei and Zhao Jin were both born in the Fu of a military official, so their actions were somewhat heroic. Zhao Jin smiled, "If I were a man, I'm afraid that I would go to your Fu tomorrow to propose marriage." "Exactly," Wen Fei said, "now, you are already this color. In a few more years, I'm afraid that all the young ladies in the capital will not have the face to go out." Jiang Wan also smiled, "Jijia, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Today, it has also been an eye-opener for me. To think that in the capital there are young ladies with such temperament and appearance, especially in terms of temperament. If I were a man, I would definitely be a heartless man and marry all of you Jijia. Everyone at the table laughed again, and it could be considered a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Lin Zixiang glanced at Su Ruoshi. Why are you so absent-minded? Su Ruoshi was the daughter of the Hanlin Academy's chancellor. Normally, she was also a proud and aloof person. Hearing this, she was about to speak when she heard a drawn-out voice coming from outside. Jinying Wang has arrived, 8th prince has arrived. Su Ruoshi's eyes immediately gained a trace of vigor, and her face also blushed. However, Jiang Ruan's body stiffened, and she did her utmost to steady her mind so that she would not accidentally spill the tea in her hand. She followed everyone's gaze towards the shore, only to see a person dressed in white walking over gracefully. That person was cultured and refined, just like in her previous life. He was handsome and dignified. Step by step, he walked towards the Qing Song boat with a smile on his face. The river's surface was clear and crystalline, reflecting the people toasting with each other. On this extraordinarily bustling night, meeting an old friend again, the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. The chatter and laughter on the Ling Long boat had already abruptly stopped, but Su Ruoshi's gaze did not stop on the 8th prince. The person behind the 8th prince was dressed in a black brocade robe embroidered with a golden qilin pattern, with a jade belt and green boots. The youth's appearance was elegant and peerless, and his heroic spirit was pressing. His gaze was indifferent like snow, and each step he took was free and graceful. Unexpectedly, he was no less outstanding than the 8th prince. Su Ruoshi's voice trembled with excitement. It's Jinying Wang. Jiang Ruan lightly frowned. She had never imagined that the black-clothed youth she had seen twice was actually the illustrious Jinying Wang of the Great Jin dynasty. Chapter 57. The people on the Ling Long boat were all young noble ladies. Now that they saw two young men who looked like dragons among men board the Qing Song boat, they all blushed and started discussing among themselves. Why did the 8th prince and Jinying Wang also come this year? Zhao Jin's puzzled voice drifted into his ear. Although there were many princes and Wangya on the Qing Song boat during the annual Lantern Festival, the 8th prince and Jinying Wang had never come. Firstly, the two of them had never heard of him intending to take a concubine. Secondly, they did not care about these matters between men and women. Jiang Ruan's eyebrows had not loosened from the moment she saw these two people. If it was said that when she saw the 8th prince, her heart would have been filled with an indescribable mix of complex emotions. However, after knowing the identity of the black-clothed youth, her heart was only left with shock. Xiao Xiao was 90% certain that the Phoenix Emperor had arrived. The Jinying Wang, Xiao Xiao, was a special existence in the Great Jin dynasty. He was born in an aristocratic family. His father had once raised troops to rebel, but was later suppressed. Unexpectedly, the emperor did not say anything. When Xiao Xiao was 10 years old, Jinying Wang led his troops to attack Shirong. A spy was discovered on his side and he died on the battlefield. Xiao Xiao's mother then hanged herself to follow him. At this point, in the huge Jinying Wangfu, only Xiao Xiao was left. Xiao Xiao himself was also extremely outstanding. At a young age, he was already in charge of the 300,000 embroidered uniform guards of the Great Jin dynasty. Both the emperor and the empress dowager were very lenient towards him, even allowing him to be rude in front of the emperor. At that time, when the emperor had the intention to make the 8th prince the crown prince, it was Xiao Xiao who resolutely stopped him in front of all the civil and military officials. It was taboo for the officials to discuss the matters of the imperial family. The emperor didn't say anything and just let the matter of the crown prince go. People with good intentions guessed that the reason why Xiao Xiao did not have any misgivings in front of His Majesty was that he had grasped His Majesty's weakness to threaten the emperor. Coupled with the fact that the old Jinying Wang had rebelled, Xiao Xiao also gained the reputation of a rebel. However, no matter what the common people said, Xiao Xiao's position in the imperial court was still as heavy as it was light. Moreover, he didn't take sides or join any factions. He was like an anomaly. In his previous life, the eighth prince had expressed his goodwill to him several times, but Xiao Xiao had flatly rejected him. When the old emperor died of illness and the eighth prince ascended to the throne, Xiao Xiao was dispatching his troops to Shirong. Jiang Yuan did not know what happened after that. In her previous life, Jiang Yuan had only seen Xiao Xiao once. At the palace banquet, she had caught a glimpse of him dressed in black from afar. However, at that time, her heart had only been occupied by the eighth prince, Xian Li. When the people on the Qing Song boat saw Xiao Xiao and Xian Li arrive, they all greeted them. One of the green-robed young masters stood up and walked to Xiao Xiao's side. He smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen you come to this lantern festival. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to some girl?" This person was Imo Kong. Xiao Xiao glanced at him indifferently, but didn't say anything. He simply found a seat by the window and sat down. On the other side, the fifth prince saw Xian Li and narrowed his eyes. "Eighth prince, what brings you here?" "Father asked me to come out for a walk. I have been in the capital city for so many years, but I haven't seen the splendor of the Lantern Festival, so I came." Xian Li smiled politely. In the fifth prince's ears, these words naturally had a different meaning. It was a well-known fact that the emperor favored the eighth prince. Now that the Ling Long boat was filled with the daughters of high officials and nobles, perhaps the old emperor had the intention of having the eighth prince choose a concubine and wanted to add a helping hand to him. The fifth prince's smile was profound. "That's good. Tonight, you must open your eyes wide and take a good look. The girls of my great Jin dynasty are all outstanding." As he finished speaking, he smiled ambiguously at Xian Li. Xian Li naturally responded warmly. A considerable storm had already been set off on the Ling Long boat. This year, the arrival of Jinying Wang and the eighth prince had caused the noble ladies to be incessantly excited. They were even more secretly determined to fight for fame on the boat. Wen Fei Fei shook her head and said, "It's just two men, yet they are so forgetful. It's really ridiculous." Her words were unintentional, but she saw Su Ruashi's face turn pale. Zhao Jin pushed Wen Fei Fei, and only then did Wen Fei Fei react. She quickly said, "Ruashi, I'm not talking about you, it's those women who are really too rude." Unfortunately, she was from the Wu family and her explanation was clumsy. As she listened, Su Ruashi's face turned paler and paler. Dong Yinger was somewhat at a loss. Jiang Yuan smiled and softly said, "Wen Jijia is right, but today's matter is a different matter. Jinying Wang and the eighth prince are both dragons among men. To be able to see their noble faces today is naturally the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Being startled by the imperial family's aura, it is understandable that they would do something that they would not normally do. After all, this is an act of the imperial family's aura. It has nothing to do with being polite or rude." She described her admiration for the young man as respect for the imperial family's aura, and Su Ruashi's complexion improved a lot. Wen Fei Fei looked at Jiang Yuan gratefully, but Jiang Yuan herself was deep in thought. Now that she saw it, there was no doubt that Su Ruashi liked Xiao Xiao, but in her previous life, she had never heard of any rumors of Xiao Xiao liking any girl. Su Ruashi's heart could only be misplaced. At the same time, she also had some doubts. In her previous life, she did not see Xiao Xiao at the Lantern Festival, so why did he suddenly appear in this life? Could it be that some things had also quietly changed a few years earlier? As she thought about this, the people on Qing Song boat and Ling Long boat had all arrived. The boatman shouted and the boat slowly started moving towards the moat. The river water reflected the lanterns on the boat, and the brightly lit lanterns made it seem like heaven on earth. Being here made one feel as if they were in another world. The two boats sailed side by side, and Jiang Yuan, who was on Ling Long boat, could clearly see the people on Qing Song boat. Xian Li's clothes were as white as snow, and time seemed to have turned back a few years. In her previous life, it was also on this boat that she had seen this gentle and modest gentleman, who had offered his entire life to him with both hands. Xian Li was sitting and drinking tea when he sensed an ice-cold gaze falling on him. When he turned his head to look, the young girls on Ling Long boat were talking and laughing. Many gazes of adoration were cast on him, but he did not feel the same as he did a moment ago. He shook his head and thought to himself that he was oversensitive. However, he did not see the young girl in red by the window lower her head to conceal the trace of light in her eyes. On Ling Long boat, a young noble lady suggested, "This year will be the same as usual. Since we have already reached the middle of the river, let's start the competition. The winner will obtain the most beautiful lantern on the boat." Her tone was sweet and charming, and her gaze secretly glanced at the people on Qing Song boat. Jiang Wan smiled slightly, and saw that Jiang Su, who was sitting on the other side, could not help but straighten her body, and a faint smile also appeared on her face. Jiang Su would not let go of such an opportunity, especially since there was also the 8th prince and Jining Wang tonight. A trace of ridicule flashed in Jiang Ruan's eyes. At that time, she had not thought that Jiang Su and she were both daughters of the Jiang Fu. How could Xian Li have taken a fancy to her, who had a disreputable reputation, and overlooked Jiang Su, who had sung a beautiful song that night? Now that she thought about it, it was nothing more than a joke. Chapter 58. After Su Ruoshi, there were other noble ladies who giggled and asked who was next. However, with Princess Ronya and Su Ruoshi in front of them, no one was willing to be the next person to make a fool of themselves. Su Ruoshi's face flushed red and she felt somewhat uncomfortable, but she tried her best to maintain her frosty expression, since it's a festival, just write a character. Those present were all educated, so they naturally understood whether Su Ruoshi's writing was good or bad, and they all clapped their hands in admiration. Zhao Jin said, "Ruoshi's calligraphy has improved again. I think that in the entire capital, only the 8th prince's calligraphy can compare." Only Jiang Ruan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Su Ruoshi's appearance showed that she admired Jining Wang, Xiao. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of their sweetheart. No matter how virtuous Su Ruoshi usually was, in front of the person she liked, she would always be an ordinary girl. Thinking of this, Jiang Wan had some admiration for Su Ruoshi. Not all women had the courage to put down their airs in front of their sweetheart and only be willing to blossom for him. The person who spoke was Princess Ronya of Gongqin Fu. She was beautiful and had a gentle personality. Her gaze drifted to the youth in black on Qing Song boat. In the silence, a cautious voice sounded, "Second Jijia, don't you play the zither very well? Why don't you play as well? Dan Yang really wants to hear you play the 7-string zither." Xian Li smiled faintly and shook his head, "Is that so? I feel that the painting is somewhat impetuous." On Qing Song boat, the 5th prince propped up his chin and said to Xian Li, "Princess Ronya's painting is interesting, and her temperament is also very cute." These words seemed inexplicable, but in reality, there was a hint of probing. Princess Ronya was the pearl in Gongqin's palm. If he could gain Princess Ronya's favor, Gongqin would inevitably become a force that could not be underestimated. The person who spoke was Su Ruoshi. Hearing her words, the few people at the table, except for Jiang Ruan, all showed flabbergasted expressions. Su Ruoshi was usually aloof. She had no interest in these fights for fame and profit, and in competitions like clowns. Why would she take the initiative to make such a suggestion today? In Jiang Ruan's eyes, just like in her previous life, Jining Wang was the dream of all the women in the Jin dynasty. Unfortunately, Xiao was an unromantic blockhead, and many hearts were wronged. When Su Ruoshi put down her brush, the maidservant showed the words she had written in front of everyone. It was just a simple, fortune, character, but it was written in a grand and round manner. It was unspeakably simple and square. It was said that seeing calligraphy was the same as seeing the person. In her previous life, she had suffered at the hands of the eighth prince, so she did not believe in these words. However, looking at this calligraphy, she could not help but praise it in her heart. The surrounding noble ladies all voiced their assent repeatedly. A maidservant brought over the hui ink and xian paper. Royal Princess Ronya could actually be considered a talented person. She knew that she would not be able to compete with Jiang Su today, so she decided to take a different approach. Drawing did not take long, and very quickly, the maidservant slowly unfolded the xian paper. Royal Princess Ronya put down her brush and said, "I have made a fool of myself." There was not a talent. The men on Qing Song Fu character Ruashi was not the men, and the men and the one of the man of. The one Rui Fu did not have, one. The women on Ling Long boat would show what they were good at, and the one who got the most praise from the people on Qing Song Fu would win. Su Ruashi was the daughter of a scholar of Hanlin Academy. She came from a scholarly family and had been immersed in books since she was a child. Her handwriting was quite good. She was still young, so when the maidservant brought the xian paper to her, she started writing without hesitation. Su Ruashi's behavior surprised the women. They were frequent guests on Ling Long boat. In the past, Su Ruashi had never participated. This year, her abrupt appearance made people feel strange. Pausing was a taboo in writing. She wrote fluently, and her expression was extremely focused. Su Ruashi was a beautiful girl, but she was usually too aloof, causing people to overlook her facial features. At this moment, she was immersed in the world of writing. Her facial features were soft, and there was a special kind of gentleness. Princess Ronya smiled and said, "What does Miss Su want to compete?" "What are you talking about?" Dong Yinger smiled and said, "Our Ruashi is a woman, and the eighth prince is a man. If a man and a woman compete, doesn't the eighth prince have an advantage?" Jiang Ruan was still watching from the sidelines when she heard a delicate and timid voice say, "Since Princess Ronya has started, let me do the next one." Princess Ronya smiled and said, "Since this is the case, I will start first and draw a picture." She was drawing a picture of spring plum blossoms. There was a tree trunk in the snow, and the trunk was covered by a thick layer of snow. Nothing could be seen, but there were two butterflies. Presumably, they were attracted by the fragrance of the plum blossoms under the snow. Another woman echoed, "That's right. I wonder who will get the rabbit lantern this year." The fifth prince narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "Eighth younger brother's standards have always been high." Su Ruashi returned to her seat. Her behavior had already attracted the attention of many young masters on the Qing Song boat. However, ever since she returned to her seat, she had been sullen and turned a blind eye to those admiring gazes. She had let down many good intentions for no reason. Quite a few people on Qing Song boat had already noticed her. Some young masters said, "She really has both looks and talent. She comes from a scholarly family." This painting was not considered much. Fortunately, the artistic conception was outstanding and the composition was ingenious. As soon as the scroll was unfolded, it won the praise of the crowd. A trace of pride flashed across Princess Ronya's face. She quietly glanced at the black-clothed youth on the neighboring boat. She found that he was only drinking his tea with his head lowered and did not look in her direction. She could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Although the handwriting was somewhat old-fashioned, it was square and imposing. At a glance, it was awe-inspiring. Su Ruashi was like this handwriting, a person who dared to love and hate. Jiang Ruan's eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the person who had spoken. Jiang Dan looked at the corner of her clothes anxiously, as if she was somewhat afraid. But in the end, she had said those words. Jiang Su, who was sitting next to her, looked at Jiang Dan with some astonishment. Her small face blushed slightly. "Dan Yang, how can I play the 7-string zither?" Her eyes were full of uneasiness, as moving as a frightened deer. Everyone laughed again. Amidst the praises, Su Ruoshi quietly glanced at Qing Song Boat again. Then, she frowned and her eyes dimmed. Just as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence again. In previous years, the noble ladies had all volunteered to show off their skills because of Jiang Su Su. It was not that they wanted to fight for first place, but if they could seize the opportunity to make a name for themselves, it would also be an excellent deal. This year, however, because of the presence of the 8th prince and Jining Wang, one of them was a noble prince who did not attract the attention of the world, and the other was an extremely cold and aloof marquis. Moreover, they were extremely outstanding. The noble ladies seemed to be shy and no one took the initiative to speak. Chapter 59. Second young miss, what are you saying? Princess Ronya was still smiling wholeheartedly. Everyone knows that your zither skills are unparalleled. Why don't you play a song for us today? At that time, Jiang Furen's 7-string zither was famous throughout the capital, but unfortunately, we did not have the opportunity to see it. Today, why don't you play a song and broaden our horizons? Xia Yan was also the most talented woman in the capital, and her skill at playing the 7-string zither was superb. Now that she had given the 7-string zither to Jiang Su Su, who was already famous, it was undoubtedly the icing on the cake. It was not that Princess Ronya was not jealous, but she had always been tactful and knew that men did not like to see a woman's jealous and ferocious appearance, so it was better to be magnanimous. Moreover, Jiang Su Su's talent was indeed unparalleled, and this year's rabbit lantern would definitely fall into her hands. The surrounding noble ladies all chimed in. Some wanted to watch the excitement, some pretended to flatter, and some sincerely wanted to hear what the 7-string zither sounded like. When Fei Fei frowned, she really can play the 7-string zither. Ruan Mimi, have you ever heard your second sister play? Never heard, Jiang Ruan said with a smile, but it should be heavenly music that enters one's ears and makes one feel as if they're walking on clouds. Lin Zixiang snorted disdainfully, she's just putting on an act. Dong Yinger helplessly smiled at Jiang Ruan, but Jiang Ruan declined to comment. Originally, it was supposed to be a few years later during the Lantern Festival. Jiang Su Su's 7-string zither song had a lofty artistic conception and was incomparably elegant. In addition, with her disheveled appearance as a foil, the two daughters of the Jiang family, one was as pure as snow, while the other was as dirty as mud. This kind of rumor quietly spread among the nobles in the capital. At this moment, Jiang Su Su was dressed in white with light makeup, which made her small face look exceptionally dainty. In front of the crowd of orioles and swallows, there was a different kind of purity. A smile blossomed on her face as she said, "Since everyone has said so, I will show my incompetence. I only hope that it will not pollute your ears." Her humble attitude immediately aroused a wave of admiration from the crowd. Then, a servant girl presented an elegant and expensive 7-string zither. Jiang Su Su sat down in front of the 7-string zither, closed her eyes, and began to burn incense. The gazes of everyone on the Qing Song boat converged on the body of this stunning beauty. Mo Tsong nudged Xiao Xiao, that is the daughter of Jiang Quan's Fu. In the entire capital city, there is no one who can compare to her in terms of looks and talent. What do you think? Xiao Xiao glanced indifferently at the Ling Long boat, his expression still cold and indifferent. Mo Tsong was snubbed, so he awkwardly turned his head to continue watching Jiang Su Su's performance. With a zheng sound, the sound of the zither pierced through the air, like a sharp sword being unsheathed. Jiang Su Su opened her eyes, and her slender jade-like fingers danced on the strings of the zither. Like a butterfly as white as snow, the sweet-sounding sound of the zither flowed into everyone's ears. What she played was a song called Hidden Orchids. The sound of the zither was melodious and sweet, flowing without any pause. The music became more and more tranquil and distant. Today, she was wearing a white dress. In a trance, everyone felt that they were looking at an elegant and pure orchid in an empty valley, expressing their faint sorrow and resentment. People could not help but feel pity for her. The choice of this song was brilliant. On one hand, it set off Jiang Su's noble and pure fairy-like temperament, and on the other hand, it made everyone look at her in a higher light. Who would not like such a woman who did not attract attention? Su Ruoxi frowned slightly. Everyone was immersed in the sound of this orchid in an empty valley. Only Jiang Wan was leaning against the window, looking at the flowing river in front of it. Sure enough, Jiang Su was as famous as she had been in her previous life in the capital, but she did not know whether she could bear such great praise. Sure enough, after the song ended, a young master on the Qing song boat took the lead and applauded. This song should only exist in the heavens, it is rare to hear it in the mortal world. Everyone agreed one after another, and for a moment, the people on the Ling Long boat also clicked their tongues in praise. Jiang Su's pretty face blushed, and she returned to her seat. The fifth prince narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Su, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. Second Jiang Miss is born with a good appearance, and she is also so talented. She is indeed a woman with a pure heart and an orchid. Xian Li gave a rare praise. The fifth prince glanced at him. Lao Ba, if you like her, then let Imperial Father appoint a marriage and bring her home. Xian Li shook his head. She can only be watched from afar, not played with. Second Jiang Miss is the capital's #1 beauty. The fifth prince said, if you don't take advantage of your young age to set an early date, someone else may beat you to it. Such a woman, even if you put her in your room, you will be satisfied. Princess Rongya laughed. With this song of second Jiang Miss, my sisters and I can't be compared. We really have no face to see others. Jijia is teasing me. Jiang Su humbly said, my sisters see that I am young and can't bear to see me make a fool of myself. That's why they are so supportive. Look, Princess Rongya covered her mouth and laughed. This mouth is really sweet. We didn't give you any leeway, it was you who played the zither well. However, with this kind of zither skill, the next person will be at a disadvantage. Who's next? The noble ladies on the Ling Long boat looked at each other, but none of them made a sound. During the deadlock, Jiang Su suddenly tilted her head and looked at Jiang Ruan. Jijia, aren't you very good at dancing? Today is the first time you've come to the Lantern Festival since returning to the capital. Why don't you let everyone familiarize themselves and show off your dancing skills? Everyone's gaze, which had just gradually returned to Jiang Su, immediately returned to Jiang Ruan. On the Qing Song boat, Mo Tsong doubtfully said, why did second Jiang Miss let that big sister who came from the mountains dance? Isn't this making a fool of herself? Although she looks pretty good, she probably hasn't learned the 4 arts. Jiang Ruan turned her head and looked at Jiang Su's eyes with a smile that wasn't a smile. Dance? Yes, when the boat sailed on the river, it would occasionally jolt. Although the boat was spacious, if one danced on the boat would sway and it would be very easy to fall off the boat and into the water. In her previous life, Jiang Su had also unwittingly suggested that Jiang Ruan dance. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware of the rules of the capital's aristocratic circle. She really thought that a dance from the mountains would be able to be performed on stage, so she danced in front of everyone. The boat jolted and swayed, and the dance was too tragic to look at, causing everyone to sneer endlessly. In the end, it was unknown who stepped on the corner of her skirt, but she slipped and fell, making a big joke of herself. When she was fished out of the water, dripping wet, a handkerchief with a man's love poem written on it fell from her body. It was really a complete joke. Now, did Jiang Su want her to repeat this joke? Jiang Su only felt that she was being stared at by Jiang Ruan's pair of coquettish eyes, and her thoughts seemed to have nowhere to hide. She subconsciously took a step back. Jijia. In the next second, Jiang Wan had already recovered her smile, and indifferently said, "My dance isn't good. Since second younger sister wants to see it, I will dance for second younger sister alone. Is that okay?" These words were inexplicable, but her posture was incomparably arrogant. Compared to the pitiful Jiang Su, Jiang Ruan's beauty was naturally overbearing. Many people's gazes were attracted by her attitude. On the Qing Song boat, Xiao Xiao heard her voice and also slowly focused his gaze on her. Chapter 60. Jiang Ruan's posture was elegant. As she spoke, she had already stood up. Smiling, she repeated, "Since second sister wants to see, I will dance for you. There is no harm in that." The surrounding noble ladies whispered, "Could it be that this person is possessed? Why would she take the initiative to make a fool of herself? She must have stayed in the countryside for too long. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does she really think that she can topple the city with one dance?" Lian Qiao and Bai Ji, who were behind her, were perturbed. Jiang Ruan had lived with them since they were young. They knew very well whether Jiang Ruan knew how to dance. Although in the eyes of a servant, their master's every move was good, but as servants, Lian Qiao and Bai Ji understood the rules of the aristocratic circle more clearly. They were afraid that Jiang Ruan would fall for Jiang Su's trick and break the rules in front of these prestigious families. On the Qing Song boat, the fifth prince narrowed his eyes, born beautiful, but unfortunately an idiot. Why does fifth brother say this? Xian Li smiled. Second Jiang Miss's talent in the capital is already unparalleled. Eldest Jiang Miss wants to steal her limelight. How is that possible? After all, she's a girl raised in the wilderness. What could she know? Her words were full of contempt. For a moment, the people on the two boats were talking about how Jiang Ruan was short-sighted and vainly wanted to compete with Jiang Su. A trace of delight flashed in Jiang Su's eyes. She raised her face with a gentle smile, "Then Sun Yang is blessed. I will have to trouble Jie to dance for everyone." Dance for everyone. Lin Zixiang frowned. Jiang Su's seemingly unintentional words made Jiang Ruan seem like a dancer for people to amuse. For a moment, the people around them covered their mouths and sneered. Jiang Ruan did not even blink. It was as if she had not heard Jiang Su's words. In her previous life, Jiang Quan and Xian Li had wanted her to win the emperor's favor and survive in the palace. Dance for everyone. These words were often said by imperial concubines in high positions. She was like a dancing clown. She had racked her brains to dance, but she had only won the title of an idiot beauty. Jiang Ruan nodded and walked to the bow of the boat. The design of the Ling Long boat was very special. In order to enjoy the moonlight during the Lantern Festival, the bow of the boat was set up to be extremely wide and flat, making it a convenient place for dancing. She reached out her hand and removed the hairpin that held her hair in a bun. Instantly, her fine black hair flowed down to her waist like a waterfall, emitting an enchanting luster. She bit the double-jointed hairpin in her hand, her pair of charming eyes swept over the people on the two boats, and then her lips gently moved. The double-jointed hairpin was actually a delicate whistle. Under the moonlight and flowers, the first clear and melodious sound came from her red lips. At first, the sound of the zither was as dull as usual, like porridge being boiled in plain water, making people feel that it was dull and boring. However, her figure did not move, and she quietly stood in the same spot, not moving at all. The people on the boats began to reveal expressions of ridicule, thinking that this eldest miss of the Jiang family, who had just returned to the capital, had exhausted her limited abilities. She actually dared to boast shamelessly that she wanted to dance. Xian Li's expression slightly stiffened. He knew that this young girl was playing the Guangling verse. The content of the Guangling verse was about Mia Zheng's revenge for his father during the Warring States period, and his assassination of the Han King. This was a story of revenge. At this time, the flowers were beautiful and the moon was round, and everyone was happy. Why did the eldest miss of the Jiang family choose such a song with a murderous and combative atmosphere? The first two sections seemed ordinary, and everyone thought that her skills were mediocre. However, Xianli knew that the turbulent undercurrent within these two sections could not be played by someone who was not truly in the right state of mind. In this song, he could hear what seemed like centuries of loneliness and forbearance. Xianli was not the only one who felt this way. When the music started, Xiao Xiao, who was sitting alone in front of the window, lightly raised his eyebrows, and his gaze fell on the lonely young girl playing the music. After the first few sections, Jiang Wan slowly moved. Her red clothes fluttered like a demon that had fallen into the mortal world, the most evil, but also the most beautiful. She spun, tiptoed, raised her arms, and kicked her feet. Everything she did was graceful and moving. Her lively appearance and fragrance caused people to be unable to take their eyes off her. Everyone gradually withdrew their contemptuous gazes, and it was difficult to conceal the trace of amazement in their eyes. That was decades of forbearance and sorrow, the premature divorce of her mother and brother, and the loneliness of her being the only one left in the world. It was her father who impatiently replaced the imperial edict with her portrait, and sent her into the bottomless palace. It was her who thought that her warm and considerate lover would one day rule over the world, and the demoness who brought disaster to the country was herself. It was her younger sister who had made her into a human swine, and the despair of watching her youngest son being played to death. Her sorrowful dance seemed as if she would ride the wind and return in the next second. For some reason, it actually caused people to think of a desolate scene in their hearts. Gradually, some people's eyes became a little sore. After the slow dance, the whistle in her mouth became urgent, like the sound of a golden spear and armored horse galloping over the sand. There was a fierceness that carried a trace of blood. Her movement suddenly sped up, so fast that people could not see her movements clearly. They only felt that her red clothes were like blood, and under the moonlight, it was astonishingly beautiful. The music was impassioned, and each sound was like a sob. That was the extreme pain of sorrow turning into an unforgettable hatred, like a wronged ghost crawling out from hell to demand the life of the person who owed it. It was the ruthlessness of not letting anyone go, the indifference of standing at the peak and looking down on all living things. The moonlight shone brightly, shining on her small face that was as clear as snow. Her eyes were astonishingly bright, but there was not a trace of a smile, only a bone-deep indifference and mockery. Like a Shura, but also like a god. Like a demoness, wantonly killing all living things. The music of revenge was still playing, and the dance of revenge was still continuing. This dance had already made people's hearts jump. They had never seen a person dance so beautiful that it was frightening. It was as if she was the person in that song, carrying hatred to take revenge. Even if she had to pay any price, she would not hesitate. Even if she had to enter hell again, she would drag people to be buried with her. Her life, however, was squandering without a care. This was a demoness who was born for revenge. Affectionate words between children, gratitude and grudges. Suddenly changed, a warrior went to the enemy's battlefield. Floating clouds and willow catkins without roots, flying with the vast world. A noisy flock of hundreds of birds, suddenly seeing a lone phoenix. Climbing without propriety, losing power, falling 1,000 feet strong. Wasting 2 ears, not sparing to listen to the silk of the bamboo. Hearing mastering play, she rose and sat to the side. Pushing hands stopped abruptly, wet clothes and tears streaming down. Brilliant and sincere, there is no ice or charcoal that can freeze my intestines. As the song ended, the red clothes that danced in the wind suddenly tightened. Raising her head, her black hair was like a waterfall, moving like silk under the moonlight. Her face was as charming as a demon, and her coquettish eyes faintly slid over Jiang Su's body. Reaching out, she made a beheading gesture on her neck. Jiang Su's body stiffened. Jiang Wan smiled sweetly. The beauty's smile was like the spring flowers of the great Jin dynasty that had bloomed overnight. It was so beautiful that looking at it would be blasphemy. Xiao Xiao's elegant and handsome face was as cold as ever. His long eyelashes hid a trace of deep thought in his eyes. Chapter 61. She stood quietly at the bow of the boat, as if she did not belong to this world. For a moment, everyone was silent, captivated by her beauty. The young masters on Qing Song boat had long been mesmerized by her beauty. They murmured, "To think that there is such a beauty in the world. Now that I have seen her today, I can die without regrets." Jiang Su Su sat upright in the boat, her face ashen. Her face, which always had a beautiful smile on it, was twisted into a sinister look. Jiang Li clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth so hard that they were about to break. The fifth prince opened his mouth, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. She is actually on par with second Jiang Miss. Xian Li's expression was complicated. He did not know why, but he felt that there was something about this young girl that deeply attracted him. He wanted to go forward and take a closer look at her appearance. Everyone was silent for a full quarter of an hour. The young master on Qing Song boat was the first to speak loudly. "Beauty and skill are peerless. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the first beauty in the capital." Jiang Yuan tilted her head and smiled at him gratefully. The young master saw her beauty and blushed. His gaze immediately became infatuated. Hearing this, Jiang Su Su's expression became very unsightly. She could not understand how Jiang Yuan could whistle and dance so well when she was in the countryside and had never hired a teacher. She had always been conceited about her own talent in that kind of dance and admitted that she could not dance to Jiang Yuan's level. Moreover, the boat was bumpy. How could she jump so steadily and not even fall? Jiang Su Su would never know that in her previous life, Jiang Yuan was often bullied by the palace concubines because she was not favored by the emperor. She was taught to dance at the palace concubines' birthdays. She would never forget that kind of practice where her feet did not touch the ground, even after a lifetime. She could dance in the palm of a person's hand. Now that the boat was bumpy, what did it count for? Everyone agreed. Among them, there was much more praise than Jiang Su Su. People always liked new things. Although Jiang Su Su was good, she had dominated the title of the most talented woman in the capital for many years. In addition, she often looked like a fairy who was ignorant of worldly affairs. Now, there was another charming and different Jiang family's eldest daughter. As long as Jiang Yuan was a little more outstanding, people's eyes would be attracted to her. The male guests were full of praise for her, but the expressions of the female guests were not very good. Originally, the Jiang family already had Jiang Su Su. Now, with the addition of Jiang Yuan, wouldn't all the good men in the capital be charmed by the two of them? When Jiang Yuan returned to her seat, Lin Zixiang said, "So, you also know how to dance. I cannot help but have a whole new level of respect for you." Zhao Jin and Wen Fei Fei nodded. "We were dazzled. But that whistle was really good. Can you teach us?" Originally, when I was in the rural residence, I didn't have any musical instruments. When I was bored, I played them for fun. Jiang Yuan explained. This explanation was reasonable, and it also made people feel a little more pity for her. Dong Yinger looked at her, "But why did you choose Guangling San? Normally, noble ladies wouldn't choose such a song today." Jiang Yuan smiled, "I only know how to play this." Su Ruoxi's face was pale. She hung her head and didn't say anything. Everyone knew that she was unhappy and pretended not to see it so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. Following that, a few noble ladies came out to perform, but they were merely going through the motions. It was just that after Jiang Yuan's soul-stirring Guangling dance, the lack of interest in watching these lackluster performances made them feel dull and uninteresting. For this year's Lantern Festival, the Jiang family had such a dark horse. Everyone only knew that this time, the rabbit lantern would fall into Jiang Ruan's hands. On the Qing Song boat, everyone's topic of discussion changed from the past Jiang Su Su to the present Jiang Ruan. After the performance, everyone walked to the bow of the boat to release the lanterns into the river. The lanterns that were released into the river were all exquisitely made. After the noble ladies wrote on the paper and placed it into the lanterns, they would then personally push the lanterns into the river. Jiang Ruan also followed the crowd to the bow of the boat. Her smile was exceptionally moving. In her previous life, she hadn't been able to wait until the lanterns were released before such a scandal occurred. While she was shivering on the boat, it was the 8th prince, Xianli, who came over with a lantern and asked her, "Do you have any wishes?" His tall figure blocked everyone's contemptuous gazes. At that moment, she just wanted to hold on to the warmth that the person in front of her gave her. In that lantern, her wish was to be by his side. The young lady's wish, in the end, turned into a complete conspiracy. Actually, when Jiang Ruan thought about it, the person she hated the most was not Xianli. Compared to Xianli, Jiang Su Su had deprived her of more. However, Xianli's mistake was to give her hope, to let her think that she had grasped a life-saving straw in a hopeless situation, but in the end, it was a fatal stick. After she had warmth and care, she then told her that everything was fake. Baizhi handed her the lantern, and Lian Qiao handed her a pen and paper. Jiang Ruan thought for a while, then took the paper from Lian Qiao. Without writing, she directly rolled it up and placed it into the lantern. Her actions were seen by Jiang Su Su, who had been paying attention to her. She walked to her side and asked, "Dejia, why aren't you writing on the lantern?" Jiang Su Su deliberately raised her voice. Now that Jiang Ruan was the center of attention, the people on the 2 boats immediately looked at her. "I have no request, so what is there to write?" Jiang Ruan said lightly. Jiang Su Su smiled, "How can the Jijia not have any requests? For example, for father to be healthy, for elder brother to win the championship, for the prosperity of the Jiang Fu, or for mother to give us a little brother. In short, how can I not have any requests?" Her words were tantamount to accusing Jiang Ruan of being disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust, and not wholeheartedly for the good of the Jiang Fu. Lian Qiao and Baizhi furrowed their brows at such a heart-wrenching remark. Jiang Ruan heard this and sneered. Father? How could Jiang Quan be considered a father? He wished he could sell himself to pave the way for Jiang Su Su and her brother. Mother? Her mother's corpse had already decomposed into ashes, and there was no longer such a person in the world. Elder brother? Now there was no news of her, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Jiang Su Su's words were like pouring salt on a person's wound. Second sister, you don't know. Jiang Ruan's voice was soft and gentle, as if there was no anger. Father's body is naturally healthy, otherwise, how could he serve the court? Second brother's matter of being the Zhuangyuan is not something we can help with. Only giving mother a little brother is the ability of the child giving guanyin. What does it have to do with us? She slightly raised her lips. The matters of the world depend on human effort. One's heart is devout, but one's future still has to be pursued by oneself, isn't that so? There was a trace of melancholy in her voice. In the past, I used to burn incense and pray to Buddha from time to time, but in the end, mother passed away, and elder brother's whereabouts are unknown. Tell me, can the desires of one's heart really be realized? In the end, it still depends on the person. These words drifted into everyone's ears, and Mo Tsong burst out laughing. Seeing Xiao Xiao looking at him, he hurriedly said, I just feel that this eldest Jiang Miss's words are really too clever. Cough, that matter of giving birth, it is indeed not something they can control. Jiang Ruan's words were humorous and had a special Zen meaning. Hearing that her life experience was pitiful, everyone's impression of her became even more sympathetic. Jiang Su Su was so angry that her face turned pale, but she still pretended to be happy. Next, it was time for everyone to release the lanterns. Jiang Wan bent down and placed the lantern in her hand into the river. Just as she was about to stand up, Jiang Su's expression did not change. She quietly stretched out her leg, intending to trip her. Chapter 62. However, at this moment, a plop sound was heard. A figure suddenly leaped into the water from the opposite shore. Looking at his swimming skills, he quickly swam to Jiang Su's side. With one hand, he lifted Jiang Su and swam to the boat. That Zhou was also a character. Seeing this scene, his face flushed red and he angrily said, "She is a daughter of an official family and I am just a commoner. How can I steal her handkerchief? Don't tell me you're a lady from an official's family mingling in the crowd like a commoner, waiting for me to steal your handkerchief." Everyone looked at Princess Rongya curiously. Butterfly clenched her fists. After a while, Princess Rongya raised her head with a strange expression on her face. Jiang Wan asked Jiang Li, who was still in a state of shock, "Is third sister all right?" However, at this moment, Jiang Wan cried out in alarm and grabbed hold of Jiang Li, who was about to fall into the river with Jiang Su. With a dong sound, Jiang Su, who had been on the boat, had disappeared. Jiang Li shook her head. "How did you fall just now?" There were many people on the ship and she had her back to Jiang Wan, so naturally, she did not know who had touched her. Jiang Wan shook her head and suddenly remembered something. She shouted, "Not good, second younger sister has fallen into the river." Everyone fell silent. Although Jiang Su and this Zhou did not seem to fit together, it was inevitable that beauties would sometimes make mistakes. Moreover, Jiang Su was still young, so it was possible that she had been deliberately seduced. In the face of the evidence, the crowd gradually wavered. The dark-skinned man seemed to be exasperated. He angrily took out an embroidered handkerchief from his waist and waved it in front of everyone. "If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. This is the handkerchief she gave me. I, Zhou, have been in the capital for so many years. Why would I lie?" Everyone was silent. Their gazes on Jiang Su instantly became meaningful. She wholeheartedly thought for Jiang Su's sake and took into account the general situation. Her words were also appropriate and beautiful. For a moment, everyone around them nodded their heads in agreement. She was not afraid of this strong man. In fact, when the dark-skinned man said those words, the people on the boat did not believe him. For a talent like Jiang Su, her eyes were at the top of her head. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for her to look favorably upon such a boorish fellow. At this moment, Jiang Su was laid flat on the ground. She was in a daze as she listened to everyone speak, not knowing what had happened. The man seemed to be very impatient. "Why would I want a gift? Hurry up and see if she's all right." He was about to step forward. Jiang Wan smiled sweetly and her voice was as cold as ice. "What is young master saying?" "I respect young master's bravery in a just cause, but your actions this time make me feel ashamed." Miss Jiang was clean and honest, and she was even more talented. To put it bluntly, young master might not be able to match her. You should know that not everyone can marry the daughter of the Jiangfu. The handkerchief fell in front of everyone. There was an orchid embroidered on it, and it seemed to emit a faint fragrance. On the lower left corner, there was an exquisite Su character embroidered with silver thread. She raised her hand, and a string of green jade beads dangled from her jade-white fingertips. The dragonfly heaved a sigh of relief. "Our young lady doesn't have any green jade, what nonsense are you talking about?" The butterfly did not expect Jiang Wan to speak up for Jiang Su. At this moment, she couldn't care less and immediately followed Jiang Ruan's words. "Yes, our young lady's handkerchief was lost a few days ago, and it has never been found. So it was stolen by you." Royal Princess Rongya, who had been watching from the sidelines, rolled her eyes and walked to Jiang Su's side. Her expression was very concerned. why don't you let me investigate and prove Miss Jiang's innocence, so that this evil thief who wants to tarnish Miss Jiang's reputation will have nothing to say." Jiang Wan smiled slightly. This Zhou De did not disappoint her, and his adaptability was excellent. It was a pity that the person Xia Yan had painstakingly found was dealing with her own daughter. She did not know what kind of expression Xia Yan would have when the news reached the Jiang Fu. Jiang Wan and the others first lifted Jiang Su Su up. Jiang Su Su struggled in the water and was already somewhat unconscious. Then, everyone turned their eyes to the person who had saved Jiang Su Su's life. Jiang Wan frowned and once again stood in front of Jiang Su Su. With a stern expression, she said, "The Jiang family will remember young master's life-saving grace. However, Miss Jiang is also an unmarried girl. Young master being so close to her is really breaking the rules." His actions naturally caused people to speculate incessantly. For a moment, everyone looked at this man with inquiring eyes. Someone on the Qing Song boat could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Jiang Wan slightly lowered her head. No matter how much time had passed, this world was still the same as before. Rumors and suspicions, malice and slander. But now, the one who had tasted this feeling was Jiang Su Su herself. Jiang Su Su's personal maid, Butterfly, was startled. She opened her mouth and looked at Dragonfly. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Zhou De continued, "If you don't believe me, then go and look at her waist. There is definitely a piece of green jade of mine. That is our family's treasure, and I gave it to her as a keepsake." Jiang Wan angrily said, "What can a handkerchief do? Perhaps you used some method to steal Miss Jiang's handkerchief." As she shouted, everyone looked towards the river. They saw a person bobbing up and down in the splashing water. It was Jiang Su Su. At this moment, Jiang Su Su's entire body was soaked in water. Water constantly gushed into her mouth and nose. She did not care about her demeanor and shouted, "Help!" Before Butterfly could reach out to stop her, Princess Ronya had already touched Jiang Su Su's waist. Jiang Wan raised her charming eyes slightly, and a trace of playfulness flashed in her eyes. This Princess Ronya really knew how to cause trouble, but it also saved her a lot of trouble. Jiang Su Su stretched out her foot to trip Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan did not notice and continued to get up. However, she inadvertently turned her body sideways and avoided Jiang Su Su's leg. With this sideways body, she inadvertently bumped into Jiang Li. Jiang Li could not dodge in time and fell forward a few steps, coincidentally colliding with Jiang Su Su. Jiang Su Su was not prepared and immediately fell off the boat. But what kind of person was Jiang Su Su? She was the most talented woman in the capital. Since the age of 7, she had been the most beautiful woman in the capital. Naturally, there were sons of the first wives of well-matched families who were devoted to her. Seeing that the beauty's physical strength was not enough, he wanted to be a hero and save her. With this thought, the somewhat scheming young master could only stand on the boat and watch. It was a young man of 17 or 18 years of age. His skin was dark and his appearance was decent. Only his pair of eyes revealed a shrewd look. However, the dark man was anxious. "She and I love each other." "What do you mean by close?" "In the future, I will naturally marry her." On Qing Song boat, there were many young masters who knew how to swim. At this moment, seeing the beauty in distress, they were all eager to give it a try. But if they really fished Jiang Su Su out of the water, it would be equivalent to destroying Jiang Su Su's innocence. Jiang Su Su would inevitably marry him in the future. But now, Minister Jiang was like the sun at high noon in the court, and Xia Yan's family was now thriving. If she really could not match up to him, Minister Jiang would not be willing to condescend to his daughter. Jiang Wan stood beside Jiang Su Su and said gently, "This young master, many thanks for saving Miss Jiang's life. When the Jiang family returns today, we will send a gift of thanks." Chapter 63. Amidst the silence, it was Jiang Su who coughed a few times and slowly woke up. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with unclear intentions, then looking at her drenched body, her heart thumped. Jiang Li rejoiced in her misfortune and said, "Second Jijia is awake, that's great. What happened?" Jiang Su rubbed her forehead. At this moment, her white clothes were drenched and clung tightly to her slim figure. Her long hair stuck to her clothes, and her originally plain little face was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Looking at her made people feel pity for her. But when they thought of the dark-skinned youth's words, everyone's original pity immediately turned into contempt. Jiang Su was also sensitive to the difference in everyone's attitude towards her. Jiang Dan, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, "Second Jijia, how could you have an illicit relationship with someone? And you even gave your personal keepsake to someone else. If father knew about this, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? What did you say?" Jiang Su was shocked and unconsciously raised her voice, "Who had an illicit relationship with someone?" Jiang Dan was afraid and took a step back, "Yes. The evidence is conclusive." "Nonsense." Jiang Su panicked. From the moment she woke up, she knew that things were not good. Originally, it was Jiang Yuan who had fallen into the water, but in the end, it was her who had fallen. It was a mess. Her plans were all messed up. What should she do now? She was in a hurry to refute, and her voice became shrill. There was no trace of her usual dignified demeanor as a young lady. Looking at Jiang Dan's frightened appearance, everyone's heart was filled with guesses. This was how things were in the world. When she was a fairy, everything was good. But once there was a stain, she became a lecherous slut in everyone's eyes. Everything she saw was wrong. When Jiang Su saw that everyone was silent, she became even more anxious. Ignoring the fact that she was dripping wet, she stood up and said to the dark-skinned man, "Why did you destroy my innocence? Later, I will ask my father to carefully investigate this matter and put you in prison." The dark-skinned youth seemed to have suffered a blow and murmured, "That was clearly not what you said at the time. Could it be that those vows in the past were all false?" As he spoke, his expression turned furious. "How dare you abandon me like this? Do you think I, Zhou Shi, am someone you can abandon just like that?" In her heart, Jiang Yuan almost laughed out loud. It was a pity that in her previous life, she had been unbearably cowardly. At that time, she had been scared out of her wits and was not as good as Jiang Su's eloquent counterattack. Naturally, she had no chance to experience Zhou Da's acting skills. When Jiang Su heard this, her heart was filled with venomous hatred towards Jiang Yuan. She naturally knew what was going on with Zhou Da, but why was she the one who had fallen into the water? The person Zhou Da wanted to deal with should be Jiang Yuan. At this moment, she had no way of explaining herself. Usually, Xia Yan would give her ideas, but at this moment, she did not even have anyone to speak up for her. In addition, she was currently in a state of unease. Her usual calmness and planning had disappeared without a trace. How could she come up with any countermeasures? Jiang Yuan did not give Jiang Su any time to think. She said to Zhou Da, "Master Zhou, this is not the time to argue. At this moment, the wind is cold. If Miss Jiang catches a cold, you won't be happy to see it happen either. Why don't Master Zhou pay a visit to the Jiang Fu another day? The Jiang Fu will certainly give Master Zhou an explanation for this matter." Zhou Da was hesitating, but Jiang Su shrieked again, "No, it's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. He's slandering me." Jiang Su was not a fool. She knew that if it was really as Jiang Yuan said, tonight would be peaceful, but it would also be equivalent to tacitly admitting to the affair. From tomorrow onwards, there would inevitably be countless messages in the capital. By that time, it would be too late. Royal Princess Ronya sneered. Her previous amiable demeanor was gone as she said, "The witness and the material evidence are all there. I really don't know how to deny it. Do you still want face?" "You." Jiang Su glared at her. Her thoughts changed, and she simply did not refute. She raised her small face, bit her lower lip, and silently cried. Seeing her like this, some of the people on the Qing Song boat felt pity for her. However, in the end, the womenfolk on Ling Long boat had already begun to discuss, "I didn't expect her to be such a person. Usually, she looks like a fairy. I didn't expect her to do such a dirty business." Minister Zhang's face has been thrown away by her. Now that she has the token of love, she still wants to deny it. What a joke. Under such pressure, Jiang Su was also somewhat unable to keep her composure. On Qing Song boat, the fifth prince frowned and looked at Jiang Su with a displeased expression. "At such a young age, you don't know self-respect. You really offend public morals." Xianli, on the other hand, was pensive and silent. Mo Tsong nudged Xiao, shook his head and sighed. Why is this fairy-like beauty so incomprehensible? Why did she take a fancy to such a boorish fellow? It's really strange. Xiao did not reply, but Yi Feng secretly transmitted a message to him. "Master, the second miss of the Jiang family is the one from Baoguang Temple 5 years ago." Hearing this, Xiao frowned slightly and once again looked up at Jiang Su. At this moment, the dark-skinned man insisted, "No, you rich people look down on people. I, Zhou De, am not someone who can be easily dismissed. Today's humiliation, I must demand an explanation." The butterfly and dragonfly were extremely anxious. Jiang Su also felt a little hopeless. When it seemed that there was no hope, she heard a cold voice coming from Qing Song boat. "The green jade bead is a gift from this prince to the second miss of the Jiang family. I don't know what it has to do with you." Jiang Wan stared blankly, only to see an absolutely beautiful youth dressed in black like brocade standing with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely cold. That pair of eyes that were like cold stars lightly swept across, causing people to feel great pressure. Jinying Wang, Xiao's indifferent words immediately rescued Jiang Su from her desperate situation. Immediately, inquiring gazes focused on Xiao and Jiang Su. Everyone speculated that Jinying Wang and Jiang Su might have some sort of friendship. Otherwise, why would Jinying Wang, who had always been cold and aloof, help her out of this predicament without any rhyme or reason? At first, Jiang Su was also stunned. Although she did not know why Xiao would help her, when she saw Xiao's peerlessly beautiful face, a trace of infatuation flashed through her eyes. She bowed down gracefully. "Many thanks to your highness for speaking up for justice. If it were not for your highness today, even if Sun Yang jumped into the Yellow River, she would not be able to wash herself clean." Jiang Wan looked at Xiao in a trance, her heart churning with difficulty. In her previous life, she had never heard of any relationship between Xiao and Jiang Su. Xiao was also not a person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. How could he so coincidentally help Jiang Su today? Could it be that in both her previous and current life, Jiang Su had always been this lucky? Even when she was in a difficult situation, there would always be a benefactor to help her. Was the heavens too unfair? Feeling a bone-chilling gaze fall on his body, Xiao followed the gaze and could not help but be slightly startled. Under the moonlight, he saw that the young girl dressed in red on the opposite boat was currently staring at him coldly. Her eyes were filled with dense hatred, as if she was a demon from hell. Chapter 64. Zhou De did not expect that Jinying Wang would appear out of nowhere. With Jinying Wang's identity, he did not dare to provoke him. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was difficult to dismount, and he did not know what to do. As soon as Xiao said this, Jiang Su was naturally overjoyed, but Princess Rongya and Su Ruoshi turned pale at the same time. Mo Tsong looked at Xiao Xiao in astonishment, unable to figure out what he meant. The fifth prince narrowed his eyes. It's really strange that Xiao Xiao would take the initiative to help second Jiang miss out of trouble. Xian Li's eyes flashed with a profound meaning, perhaps it really is Jinying Wang's green jade bead. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze and suddenly turned to the dazed Zhoude, so you were actually lying. That green jade bead clearly belongs to Jinying Wang, so where did Miss Jiang's handkerchief come from? Hearing Jiang Ruan's words, Zhoude had a flash of inspiration. It was true that the green jade bead belonged to Jinying Wang, but the handkerchief was also real. If he admitted it now, he would most likely have to bear the consequences. It was better to stubbornly hold on to it, and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. That Zhoude was normally a hoodlum, and he was especially good at throwing a tantrum. He sneered and said loudly, "Everything I said is true. Even high officials and nobles cannot take advantage of their power to bully others. That handkerchief was personally given to me by Ruan, as a token of love." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Jiang Wan stared at him. Who is this Ruan, that you speak of? Who else could it be? The eldest miss of the Jiang family in Minister Jiang's Fu. Zhoude said confidently. Pfft. Jiang Wan seemed to have heard a great joke, and her eyes were full of smiles. You keep saying that you and Miss Jiang have long been in love, and just now you risked your life to save her. I wonder if you know who she is. What do you mean? Zhoude felt that something was wrong, and he felt that something was wrong. He heard Jiang Ruan's cold voice. Your words are indeed very pleasant to hear, but I am the eldest miss of the Jiang family. The Jiang Wan in your eyes is the Jiang family's second miss, Jiang Su Su. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face carried a trace of resolute coldness. Young Master Zhou, could it be that your forgetfulness is so great that you can't even tell who is in front of the flowers and under the moonlight? Seeing this, the surrounding people already understood the twists and turns. The people present were all from influential families, so they knew a thing or two about the methods involved. It was obvious that Zhoude was full of nonsense. It was likely that he had received instructions from someone in advance to tarnish the reputation of the eldest miss of the Jiang family. However, he did not know how he had accidentally bumped into the second miss of the Jiang family. Lian Xiao and Bai Ji heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Jiang Ruan's expression remained the same. Since just now, she had been addressing Jiang Su Su as Miss Jiang, in order to mislead Zhoude. Now that Zhoude had spoken, there was no lack of intelligent people present, and they naturally understood the crux of the matter. Jiang Su Su's expression was unclear, even though Zhoude's words had proven her innocence. However, the crowd would also guess who had wanted to harm Jiang Wan. She and Xia Yan would also become the topic of discussion. Jiang Wan looked at Zhoude, and her voice was gentle. This matter seems to be confusing, and it really gives me an endless headache. However, this matter concerns my reputation, so this matter cannot be left unresolved. Young Master Zhou, regarding this matter, perhaps you should explain it to the patrol officer. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhoude immediately wanted to jump into the river and escape. However, he saw that several bodyguards had quickly appeared and subdued him. Unexpectedly, Xian Li stood out with a gentle and refined smile. Send him to the patrolling officer's office. Jiang Wan quickly glanced at Xian Li. Now that he had arrived, could it be that he hoped that she would be grateful to him? When Jiang Su Su heard this, she panicked. She naturally understood what was going on with Zhoude. If he fell into the hands of the patrolling officers, and General Zhou revealed all the people behind the scenes, what would she and Xia Yan do? As she thought about this, Jiang Wan had already walked in front of Zhoude, who had been subdued on the ground. She slightly bent down so that her line of sight was level with Zhoude, and softly said, "Young Master Zhou, I heard that the patrolling officer's office has 1,000 methods of interrogation, and each method can make a person wish they were dead. The ins and outs of this matter are rather complicated. Young Master Zhou must think carefully, and by all means, do not speak irresponsibly." As she finished speaking, she smiled sweetly at Zhou De. Her smile was even more resplendent than the lanterns in the middle of the river. Xian Li's bodyguards quickly dragged Zhou De away. With the unexpected twists and turns on the boat, tonight's lantern festival could almost be considered to have been ruined. Following this, no one had any interest in continuing to release the lanterns. Since Jiang Su Su had met with this incident, Jiang Wan could only take her back first. The boat docked. When Jiang Wan was about to bid farewell to everyone, Xian Li walked over. He draped the coat in his hands over Jiang Su Su's body, and warmly said, "The weather is cold, and the wind is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold." The lanterns illuminated his already handsome face, making it look unusually warm. Jiang Su Su raised her head to look at him, then shyly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Your Eighth Highness." Jiang Ruan's lips raised. In her previous life, Xian Li had warned her, and in this life, Jiang Su Su had fallen into the water. Was the object of his concern also Jiang Su Su? Although Xian Li was talking to Jiang Su Su, his gaze followed Jiang Wan. He saw that Jiang Wan did not even look at him. Her expression was clearly gentle, but he could clearly feel her indifference. This feeling inexplicably made Xian Li somewhat unhappy. Jiang Wan smiled slightly, and just happened to see Xiao Xiao walking over from the opposite side. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Many thanks to your highness for today's matter. You saw injustice on the road, and drew your sword to help." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for the surrounding people to hear her clearly. Everyone recalled the words that Xiao Xiao had said to help Jiang Su Su out of the predicament. Now that Jiang Su Su was innocent, the green jade bead had been deliberately said by Xiao Xiao for Jiang Su Su's sake. Jiang Ruan's words, however, contained some sarcasm. Xiao Xiao looked at her indifferently, his expression still cold. He stood tall, his black clothes biting cold, and his cold and noble temperament quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding womenfolk. Even if they did not understand his actions just now, at this moment, they could not care less. Jiang Ruan's heart was stifled, and she simply turned around and ignored him. However, she saw a gentleman dressed in blue walking over from the other side. He stood by her side and said with some hesitation, "Miss Jiang, it's already late. I'll order a few more imperial bodyguards to escort you back to the Fu. Is that all right?" This gentleman looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. As he spoke, there was some probing in his words, and his gaze was filled with undisguised anticipation. Jiang Wan recognized him as Master Gu of the General of the Army's Fu. She smiled and said in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Many thanks for Master's kind intentions. It would be impolite for Wan Yang to refuse." Her actions caused Xian Li and Xiao Xiao, who were standing at the side, to be startled. Jiang Ruan's attitude towards Master Gu could be said to be extremely gentle, but her attitude towards the two of them could not be considered friendly. Xian Li did not know why, but there was a strange feeling in his heart, as if something that originally belonged to him had been taken away by someone else. Xiao Xiao's pitch-black eyes only stared at Jiang Ruan, his expression thoughtful. Among the three of them, only Gu Yi was exceptionally happy. He did not expect that the beauty would be as gentle as a flower. For a moment, he could only stand there and smile foolishly. Chapter 65. After sending Jiang Su Su into the carriage, Gu Yi stood a few steps away from the carriage and looked at Jiang Wan with a slightly flushed face. Jiang Wan walked over and softly said, "Many thanks to young Master Gu's bodyguard. There is something Wan Yang would like to say to young Master Gu. Actually, Wan Yang has a request." Gu Yi was startled and said with concern, "What difficulties does Miss Jiang have?" "As long as I can help, Gu Yi will do my best." This Gu Yi was a person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Jiang Wan nodded slightly. Presumably, young Master Gu knows a thing or two about Wan Yang's family matters. However, I see that young Master Gu is sincere, and I think that your character is also very kind. Moreover, only young Master Gu can help with this matter, so Wan Yang has thickened her face to ask for a favor. Gu Yi felt as if he was floating in the air from her few words of flattery, and in his heart, he was extremely fond of Jiang Wan. He heard Jiang Wan say in a low voice, "Wan Yang's eldest brother left the Fu to join the army 5 years ago, and since then there has been no news of him. Wan Yang's birth mother died young, and eldest brother is the closest relative in the world. All these years, Wan Yang has been inquiring about him, but unfortunately, there has been no news." Her voice was gentle, and there was even a smile on her face. However, for some reason, people could hear a trace of worry in her soft voice. Such strong forbearance, on the contrary, made people feel even more pity for her. Gu Yi comforted her, "Miss Jiang, don't be sad. Your brother is a virtuous man, and will certainly be fine. However, I don't know how I can help in this matter." Wan Yang heard that the Zongbing Daren has a good personal relationship with General Guan and General Chen. Jiang Wan smiled, "And 5 years ago, when my brother joined the army, General Guan and General Chen happened to be recruiting soldiers in the capital. Wan Yang thought that perhaps my brother is in the Chen family army or the Guan family army. Since the Zongbing Daren has a friendship with the two generals, perhaps you can do me a favor and help me inquire about my brother's news." Gu Yi patted his chest, "This is not difficult. Later, I will talk to my father about this matter. Miss Jiang, rest assured, once there is news of your brother, I will send someone to inform you." Jiang Wan solemnly bowed to him. Young Master Gu's kindness, Wan Yang is unable to repay it. I can only remember it in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. Gu Yi jumped in fright and waved his hand to decline. "It's nothing much, Miss Jiang need not be so polite. Are we friends now?" Jiang Wan smiled, naturally. After bidding farewell to Gu Yi, Jiang Wan boarded the carriage. Jiang Su, Jiang Li, and Jiang Dan were all waiting in the carriage. Seeing Jiang Wan come up, Jiang Su found it difficult to suppress the anger in her eyes. Jiang Li, however, laughed mockingly, "Vixen." Only Jiang Dan gave her a timid smile, vaguely appearing weak. However, after tonight's events, Jiang Wan had a deeper understanding of her. How could she possibly believe that she was as timid and afraid of trouble as she appeared on the surface? She was afraid that there was someone else in this Fu who had hidden herself very deeply. The few people in the carriage were silent as they drove all the way back to the Jiang Fu's main gate. Outside, the manservant and steward Zhang, who were guarding the gate, were astonished to see a few unfamiliar imperial bodyguards. Baiji helped Jiang Wan out of the carriage. Jiang Wan smiled at the imperial bodyguards and said, "Many thanks to all of you for today. Please convey my thanks to young Master Gu." After saying this, Lian Xiao walked forward with a smile and stuffed a pouch filled with silver fragments into the hands of one of the men. "Take this bit of silver and exchange it for wine." The imperial bodyguards looked at each other in dismay, saluted, and then left. Steward Zhang had stayed in the Fu for many years. With one glance, he could tell that these imperial bodyguards were most likely acting on their master's orders to protect Jiang Wan. Steward Zhang looked at Jiang Ruan's calm and steady appearance and could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that during tonight's Lantern Festival, this eldest young miss had gained favor? Meanwhile, Dragonfly hurriedly jumped down from the carriage and helped the dripping wet Jiang Su down. Butterfly hurriedly said, "Quickly call a physician, second young miss has fainted." At first glance, Steward Zhang turned pale with fright and hurriedly ordered someone to find a physician. As he instructed someone to inform Xia Yan, he asked, what happened to second young miss? Jiang Wan smiled in her heart. Fainting as soon as she returned to the Fu, Jiang Su's idea was indeed convenient. However, how could everything go as she wished? If she did not cause Jiang Su some trouble, how could she be satisfied? Jiang Wan glanced at Xian Li's outer robe draped over Jiang Su's body and worriedly said, "Second younger sister fell into the river and was even tainted by bad people. For now, it is better to wait for second younger sister to wake up. After this matter involves the patrol office, we will wait for father to return before making a decision." She spoke vaguely, and when Steward Zhang heard the words, tainted, and patrol office, his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat crawled up his back. At that moment, he did not have the time to ask clearly and only knew that this matter had become serious. When the unconscious Jiang Su heard Jiang Ruan's words, her forehead twitched and she clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Ruan sighed, "Today, I am also tired. After such an incident, I will first return to the courtyard to rest and let mother properly comfort second younger sister. This matter cannot be blamed on her." After saying this, she brought Bai Ji and Lian Qiao back to Ruanju. On the other side, Xia Yan quickly rushed over. When she saw Jiang Su's distressed appearance, she was shocked. Jiang Quan had not returned to the Fu yet. When Jiang Su saw Xia Yan, she no longer pretended to faint. She grabbed Xia Yan's hand and said in a panic, "Mother, what should we do? What if Zhou De is sent to the patrol office and recognizes us?" "Don't be afraid," Xia Yan calmed down. "I ordered Li Momo to find an outsider to instruct Zhou De. No matter what, we will not be implicated. On the other hand, why did you suddenly fall into the water?" "I also do not know why," Jiang Su gritted her teeth and said, "but Jiang Wan is definitely involved. Tonight's incident was clearly her doing. Now that my reputation has been ruined, what should I do? I have underestimated Jiang Wan. Now that Jinying Wang and the 8th prince are on your side, there is no need to worry. But how could you be related to Jinying Wang?" "I also do not know," Jiang Su's face reddened. Perhaps he could not bear to watch. He is not that kind of person." Xia Yan resolutely said, "I will pay more attention to this matter. Jiang Wan, that slut, actually plotted against you. In the future, I will definitely make her pay 100 times, 1,000 times the price." As she said this, her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and there was no longer any trace of her usual virtuous and docile appearance. In the middle of Ruanju, Bai Ji came over with a white rabbit lantern. Lu Zhu curiously said, "This lantern is so exquisitely made. Where did it come from?" Bai Ji glanced at Jiang Wan and said, "The 8th prince ordered someone to send it over. He said that it was a prize from the Ling Long boat, and Miss forgot to take it with her." Jiang Wan glanced at the lantern and lightly said, "Send this lantern to Mei Qing Yuan and say that it is a gift from me to second younger sister to calm her nerves." Lu Zhu felt that it was a pity. Lian Qiao handed Jiang Wan a cup of hot tea. "Miss, now that Zhou De has been arrested, although it was instigated by the other side, they may not be able to give them up. Are we just going to let this matter go?" Lian Qiao could clearly see that Xia Yan's maiden family was thriving with each passing day, and even the patrol office had to give her some face. Zhou Da's matter would most likely be dealt with lightly. If we really let it go, wouldn't it be a waste of Xia Yan's painstaking arrangements? She lightly sipped her tea. "How can I let her down?" Chapter 66. The Lantern Festival of the 14th year of the Great Jin was livelier than ever. Overnight, Jiang Ruan's name had spread throughout the entire capital. For a time, everyone in the capital was talking about the eldest young miss of the Jiang family who had just returned to the Fu. Her beauty was unparalleled, her talent was unparalleled, and she also understood the rules, abided by etiquette, and had a noble bearing. When Jiang Su woke up early in the morning, she saw an exquisite white rabbit lantern placed on the carved cupboard at the head of the bed. She stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly became angry. She screamed, "Come, dragonfly, butterfly." Butterfly quickly ran in. "Miss, what happened?" Jiang Su Su pointed at the white rabbit lantern. "Who put this in?" Butterfly was also shocked when she saw the lantern. "I haven't seen it in the morning, why did it suddenly appear?" A third-rank servant girl standing behind Butterfly stepped forward and said, "It was sent by eldest Mrs. Servant, Sister Bai Ji. This servant thought it looked cute, so I put it here." "Who allowed you to act on your own?" Jiang Su Su sneered. "Drag her away." Two strong old women immediately came in and dragged the servant girl out. The servant girl begged for mercy in horror. "Second miss, this servant was wrong. Second miss, please spare this servant will not dare to do it again." Her voice gradually weakened, and Butterfly carefully placed a cup of tea in Jiang Su Su's hands. "Miss, drink some ginger tea to warm your body." Jiang Su Su shook off Butterfly's hand, pulled the butterfly lantern from the bedside, and tore it into pieces. As if venting her anger, she threw the remains of the lantern on the ground and stomped on it a few times until it was no longer recognizable. "Jiang Yuan, that slut, she clearly came here to show off. Does she really think she's so great just because she got this lantern? It's just something that can't be shown in public." Jiang Su Su sat down on the couch. "One day, she will be like this lantern, bullied and humiliated by me." Butterfly did not dare to breathe loudly. Jiang Su Su was like a demon at this moment, with no trace of her usual gentle and innocent appearance. At this moment, Dragonfly rushed in from outside and said in panic, "Miss, it's not good." Jiang Su Su was currently in a fit of anger, so she said unhappily, "What are you being so clumsy for? What's wrong?" This servant heard that early in the morning, the news spread in the capital that Zhouda was hired by Madame to deliberately tarnish eldest young lady's reputation, but yesterday he accidentally harmed second young lady instead. "What?" Jiang Su Su stood up all of a sudden. She couldn't care less and asked, "Where did this rumor come from?" Zhouda admitted it. "This is impossible." "This servant is also not sure," the dragonfly hurriedly said. "Now the whole city is discussing this matter as if it's true." Jiang Su Su's face paled. "Mother clearly said that, but there is a problem. Who was the one who spread these words? This won't do, I want to go see Mother." As she finished speaking, she draped her coat over her shoulders. "Quickly go, Mother will definitely think of a way for me." Unlike the chaotic scene in Meiqin Yuan, the atmosphere in Wanzhou was leisurely. Lu Zhu arranged the pearls and jadeite glutinous rice balls on the table and took out a small plate of rose pastries from the basket. These pastries were bestowed by old Madam. She said that Miss made them well last night and had Kai Ke Jiejie send them over. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. Old Jiang Madam did not mention a word about Jiang Su Su. Her attitude was rather thought-provoking. It seemed that Xia Yan had not been able to gain any favor from old Madam. Lu Zhu watched as Jiang Yuan tasted the pastries and said, "Miss, today the news outside has gone crazy. It is said that someone wanted to harm eldest young lady, but caused second young lady to suffer." She paused and looked at Jiang Ruan's expression. Thinking about it, Meiqin Yuan is now in a terrible mess. Mrs. actions are really satisfying. Lian Qiao was embroidering at the side. Seeing Lu Zhu's expression, she could not help but say, "Although it is satisfying, Lu Zhu, what you did is absolutely safe. Just don't cause trouble for Mississippi." "Jijia can be at ease," Lu Zhu said proudly. "I searched for 30 children in the market and also the beggars at the East City Gate. Moreover, they used copper coins. No matter what, they could not find the source." Jiang Yuan drank a mouthful of jadeite soup and said, "You did very well. Besides these words, did you say anything else? How could this servant dare forget Mrs. instructions?" Lu Zhu had some hesitation on her face. "But is it really good to say this? That person's status, helping Jiang Su Su makes him my enemy. How can I not pay the price? I am just returning a little courtesy. He has always made me unhappy. Jiang Wan smiled. The rumors in the capital were not limited to the Jiang Fu. At Jining Wang Fu, Steward Lin, who was over 60 years old, was so worried that his beard twitched. What should I do? These rumors are getting more and more outrageous. Who is the one who spread these words? If I find out, I will make sure that he will not be able to bear the consequences. The person standing opposite him was Yifeng. He moved his lips, thought for a moment, and then remained silent. Overnight, while rumors circulated in the capital that Xia Yan wanted to find someone to frame Jiang Wan, another rumor arose. That was, Jining Wang, Xiao Xiao, was deeply in love with Jiang Su Su. Thus, last night, he did not hesitate to lie to help Jiang Su Su out of trouble. This rumor was vivid, and even clearly stated how Jiang Su Su and Xiao Xiao were in love with each other. Steward Lin was burning with anxiety. What kind of person was his master? He had watched him grow up, but he had never heard Xiao Xiao mention Jiang Su Su. If not for this rumor, Steward Lin was afraid that he would not even know what kind of person Jiang Su Su was. Who is it that wants to ruin Wang Ye's clean reputation? What kind of person is Jiang Su Su? To say that she is deeply in love, who is she trying to bluff? Steward Lin's temper had always been fiery. Although he was not young, he was still as straightforward as a child. Yifeng was used to it, and simply looked up at the sky, pretending not to know. At this moment, he heard Xiao Xiao call from inside the room, Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly sternly said, Master. With a flash, he entered the room. He saw Xiao Xiao standing in front of the desk, playing with the exquisite dagger in his hand. He said, Have you found out who it is? It's a servant girl from the Jiang Fu. The brocade guard is still investigating. Perhaps it's the Jiang family's second miss? Yifeng probed. In his opinion, Xiao Xiao's charm was outstanding, and Jiang Su Su herself had spread such a rumor. Perhaps it was because she wanted to curry favor with Jining Wang. If the rumor spread, Jiang Su Su could only marry Xiao Xiao. It's not her, Xiao Xiao said. Master thinks it is. Yifeng was puzzled and could not help but ask. Xiao Xiao's mind flashed back to last night on the Linglong boat. The way the girl in red had looked at him, and there seemed to be a deep hatred in her eyes. He narrowed his eyes and coldly said, Investigate the eldest miss of the Jiang family. In the capital, there were places where the rumor would affect, but naturally, there were places where it would not affect. For example, Lu Min of the Imperial College knew nothing about what had happened last night. In the past few days, he had been preparing for the imperial examination, but the person who had not signed his name was still in contact with him. Every day, he would place his reply on the table, but the other party would not accept it. Instead, there would be another letter on the table. It was as if the other party knew what he was talking about without reading his reply. However, in these few days of interaction, Lu Min also discovered that the other party's talent and learning were excellent. Their opinions differed, but the other party always had a way to persuade him step by step. Furthermore, the reason was sufficient, so he had no choice but to be convinced. Lu Min did not have any other friends in the Imperial College, so in his heart, he regarded this person who had not left his name as a confidant. Today, as usual, there was an additional letter on the table. However, it was not to discuss academic issues with him, but only one word, good luck. This was to wish him success in the imperial examination in a few days. Lu Min smiled and put the letter away. He turned around and walked out of the dormitory. As soon as he stepped through the door of the Imperial College's study room, he heard everyone talking. I did not expect that Brother Zhang's younger sister, who has just returned, would be such a wonderful person. Last night, with just one dance, she defeated the second miss of the Jiang family. Without saying a word, Lu Min walked to his seat and sat down. He naturally knew that everyone was talking about what had happened on the Ling Long boat during the Lantern Festival. However, he was born poor and did not have the qualifications to participate. He had no way of knowing what had happened, nor did he care to know. However, the eldest miss of the Jiang family has had a hard life. She was sent to the residence from a young age, but as soon as she returned to the Fu, she provoked Jiang Furen's underhanded methods. It's really a pity. Another young master shook his head, his tone rather sympathetic. Jiang Furen and the second miss of the Jiang family usually look gentle and amiable. How could they do such a thing? You may know a person's face but not his heart. You did not see the actions of the second miss of the Jiang family and Jining Wang last night. I'm afraid that they already have a head. As soon as this person finished speaking, the student opposite him said, "You speak with such jealousy. Do you hate yourself for not being Jining Wang and not being able to repay the beauty?" Everyone laughed heartily. At this moment, a person walked in from outside the door. He was dressed in a rain-drizzled brocade robe, but his brows were tightly knitted. It was Jiang Chao. Seeing Jiang Chao enter, everyone's discussion came to an abrupt end. However, there was still a trace of ridicule in their eyes. Jiang Chao naturally understood what everyone's eyes meant. An inexplicable fire suddenly ignited in his heart, only feeling that everyone was looking at him as if he was a joke. Thus, he strode in. As he passed by Lu Min, his body heavily bumped into Lu Min's table. Immediately, the ink on the table toppled over and stained Lu Min. Jiang Chao fiercely turned his head. The ink had also stained his brocade robe. He was worried that he had no place to vent his anger. At this moment, his body was stained with ink. Without waiting for Lu Min to speak, he grabbed Lu Min from his seat and said, "What are you doing?" In the Imperial College, Jiang Chao had always been amiable and gentle. Although he was not close to Lu Min, he would not take the initiative to provoke him. Today, he had been extremely sullen. However, most of the students in the Imperial College came from noble families and could not be easily offended. As far as the eye could see, only Lu Min could be casually bullied. The surrounding people just watched without saying a word. No one would stand up for Lu Min. Lu Min was grabbed by the collar by Jiang Chao. He was not as burly as Jiang Chao, nor was he as strong as Jiang Chao. At this moment, he only stared at Jiang Chao with a pair of prideful eyes, not saying a word. Jiang Chao did not see any fear in Lu Min's eyes. Instead, he was incomparably furious, wishing that he could tear the person in front of him into pieces. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly smiled and said maliciously, "You've dirted my clothes. What do you think I should do?" Lu Min had always been proud and aloof in the Imperial College. If he had encountered such a situation in the past, he would definitely have fought for what was right and would rather die than submit. Jiang Chao's question was a great insult to him, who had an extremely high self-esteem. Everyone was waiting to watch a good show, but unexpectedly, the stubborn youth lowered his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry." Everyone was stunned on the spot. Just as Lu Min was about to act impulsively, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the letters that the stranger had given him. In one of the letters, the stranger had argued with him about whether he should bow down to the rich and powerful in this world. Lu Min thought that he would rather die than submit, but the stranger said otherwise. The stranger said that a righteous heart and following the ways of the world were the wisest actions. For example, the bamboos in the bamboo forest were rarely broken, because they knew how to move with the wind and maintain their proper shape, so that they would not be blown away by the wind. On the other hand, the straight and lonely trees and the wild flowers by the roadside were the easiest to be broken by the wind. The former did not know how to bow down, and the latter did not know how to be upright. Adaptation and perseverance had always been controlled by a certain degree. Only when a smart person grasped this degree would they be able to do what they wanted to do. At this time, Lu Min suddenly thought of the words in the letter. The stranger had said that in this world, perhaps bending down was more difficult than persevering. He looked at the slightly dazed Jiang Chao and repeated, "I'm sorry." Jiang Chao came back to his senses. He had never thought that this poor and arrogant person would admit defeat in front of him, but he was not happy at all. Because although Lu Min had said this, his eyes were as proud and aloof as ever, as if mocking his childishness. For a moment, the anger in Jiang Chao's heart burned even brighter. He laughed coldly, "You think an apology is enough? If you don't lick my boots clean today, don't even think of leaving this gate." When the other students of the directorate saw this scene, they could not help but discuss spiritedly. Although they usually bullied Lu Min, they still maintained their status as scholars and were not willing to do anything that would lower their status. And the usually gentle and amiable Jiang Chao was actually so overbearing today. It was really despicable. Jiang Chao was completely unaware of the opinions of the people around him. He only wanted to see Lu Min in a sorry state, wanted Lu Min to beg for mercy in front of him. If he did not beg for mercy, even if Lu Min could leave this gate today, he would probably have endless troubles in the future. After all, he still had a bedridden mother at home. Lu Min clenched his fists. His delicate and handsome appearance had a trace of anger at this moment, but very quickly, that trace of anger was also suppressed by him. He lifted up his blue robe that had become white from washing and said softly, "If young Master Jiang insists on this, Lu Min can only do as you say." After saying this, he knelt down on one knee and was about to help Jiang Chao lick the ink-stained corner of his robe. Everyone held their breath. Today's matter was really too strange. Firstly, Jiang Chao, who was usually the most amiable person, was actually so overbearing. Secondly, the proud and upright Lu Min was actually bending his knees and enduring. Jiang Chao was also stunned in place. There was only a nameless rage in his heart that he could not let out. He had originally wanted to use Lu Min to vent his anger, but he did not expect that Lu Min would seem to be a completely different person today. It was as if his fist had landed on soft cotton. It was clearly a lowly action, but for some reason, when he was looked at by those clear and arrogant eyes, it was as if Lu Min was the noble person looking down on him. Without thinking, Jiang Chao kicked at Lu Min. Who knew that just as he raised his foot, something would strike his knee, causing him to be unable to move for a moment. Mo Tsong stood up. When it is possible to forgive people, one should forgive them. Brother Jiang, there is no need to be so calculative over a piece of clothing. Brother Lu also did not do it on purpose. There is no need to let this matter spoil your mood for the imperial examinations in a few days. Why don't I compensate you with a piece of clothing? Brother Jiang, don't make things difficult for Brother Lu. Lu Min glanced at Mo Kong. He really did not expect that Mo Tsong would speak up for him. Jiang Chao was also surprised. Mo Tsong's status was not something he could casually control. Even if he was furious, he could not show it. He flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. He simply strode out of the study without looking back. After Jiang Chao left, Mo Tsong asked Lu Min, "Are you all right?" Lu Min stood up and gently patted the dust off his body. He didn't care that his body was covered in ink. After thanking Mo Tsong, he returned to his seat and began to read his book without a word. His movements were elegant and relaxed, without a trace of frustration. It was as if the previous incident had never happened. Mo Tsong saw this and a trace of deep thought flashed through his eyes. The scholars of the Imperial College were arguing like this, but none of them noticed that the scene in the room was being witnessed by the two people outside. Official Registrar Song and Chancellor Chen stood outside the door. Official Registrar Song was slightly angry. Jiang Chao is too outrageous. What kind of place is the Imperial College? Does he think that it is a place where he, a nobleman, can act as he pleases? He is truly an insult to the face of scholars. He must be feeling indignant. Chancellor Chen said. They had heard about the incident yesterday and naturally knew why Jiang Chao was behaving so strangely today. No matter what, he should not be like this to his colleagues. Official Registrar Song was displeased. But Lu Min surprised me today. He actually knows how to give in. If it was in the past, who knows how big of a disturbance it would have caused. If Lu Min's temper was the same as before, he would definitely make a big fuss. Logically speaking, Lu Min could stand his ground, but Minister Jiang was an extremely protective person, especially towards his legitimate son and daughter. In the end, Lu Min would still be the one to suffer. He knows how to bend his back. That is the scariest part. Chancellor Chen's gaze deepened. We have underestimated him in the past. This person is flexible. If he can enter the imperial court, he will definitely become someone great in the future. Jiang Chao is far inferior. Official Registrar Song usually heard that Chancellor Chen did not think highly of Lu Min. Now that Chancellor Chen had taken the initiative to praise Lu Min, it coincided with his own thoughts. Official Registrar Song was relieved and echoed, indeed. Moreover, Lu Min is completely sincere and upright. He is truly a rare talent. Chancellor Chen smiled and did not say anything more. Jiang Chao angrily returned to the Jiang Fu and rushed towards Mei Qin Yuan. Lin Lang saw him walk in with an unkind expression and hurriedly said, "Second young master, Furan is talking to Mississippi, go away." Jiang Chao pushed Lin Lang aside. Just as he entered the door, he saw Jiang Su nestled in Xia Yan's embrace, crying non-stop. Xia Yan was wholeheartedly comforting her. When Jiang Chao heard Jiang Su crying, he felt even more upset. "What are you crying for? After doing such a thing, I can't even lift my head in front of the Imperial College. Do you only know how to cry now?" Jiang Su was startled and said in an aggrieved tone, "Why are you yelling at me? Do you think I will be happy? Now that my reputation is ruined, second brother, instead of comforting me, you have come to question me. What do you mean?" "All right," Xia Yan frowned and looked at Jiang Chao, "Chao, what's wrong with you? Su, you are the younger sister. How can you say such things about her?" Jiang Chao looked at Jiang Su's tear-stained face and the anger in his heart subsided. He sat down on a small table at the side. "It's not that I am blaming her, but the whole city is now full of rumors about last night's incident. I can't lift my head in the Imperial College, mother is being called a vicious woman, and younger sister has become a joke. It's very vexing." Xia Yan gritted her teeth and said, "Zhou De clearly did not say such things in prison. Someone must have deliberately spread the news. To want to ruin my Su's reputation, what a sinister idea. Who would do such a thing?" Jiang Chao said angrily, "Let me find out, I will skin him alive." Jiang Su snorted coldly, "Who else could it be? Besides that slut Jiang Wan, who would do such a thing?" "Jiang Wan?" Jiang Chao was suspicious. In his eyes, Jiang Wan was just a young girl. She did not have a mother by her side, so how could she have such a complicated mind? How could she have such great ability? Jiang Su's nails dug into her palms. "You're just looking down on her. I also feel that something is fishy." Xia Yan frowned. The one who fell into the water was obviously her. How did it become her? That handkerchief was also strange. Whether it was her or not, Jiang Wan cannot be kept alive. She could sensitively feel that although Jiang Wan did not look remarkable, there was something about her that made people feel cold. "Mother must avenge me." Jiang Su cried out, "She must lose all standing and reputation." "Don't worry," Xia Yan laughed, but there was not the slightest trace of a smile in her eyes. "I have already told this matter to your father. I only said that there was something fishy about your falling into the water. These few days, you must properly curry favor with your father. I have 1,000 ways to ruin this slut. As for Jining Wan, take advantage of these few days to send an invitation saying that you are thanking him. Go to his residence and find out what his intentions are." At the mention of Xiao Xiao, Jiang Su Su's pretty face reddened. She shyly lowered her head and did not speak. Jiang Chao thought for a moment, if Jinying Wang really likes younger sister, in the future, he can also take care of me in the officialdom. Second brother, what are you talking about? Jiang Su Su was somewhat embarrassed. Xia Yan also frowned, what are you talking about? How can your younger sister's clean reputation be so casually talked about? She paused, then continued, now, you should properly read your books. In a few days, you will be the champion in one fell swoop in the imperial examinations. At that time, Su-er's matter will also be over, and your father will be happy. At that time, Jiang Wan will still be no more than an ant for you to need. When Jiang Su Su heard this, she immediately said, second brother, don't disappoint us. Jiang Chao waved his hand, don't worry, I have already arranged everything. Moreover, I have made ample preparations, so I will definitely be able to obtain a good ranking. He said, at that time, I will have a meteoric rise and become a noble person of the upper class. Those lower class people won't even be worthy to carry my shoes. At this point, his tone became sinister, and Lu Min's arrogant gaze flashed in his eyes. Xia Yan patted his shoulder, my son, mother will pray for you. When Lu Zhu told Jiang Wan about the information she had obtained from Mei Qing Yuan, Jiang Wan only smiled faintly. Lu Zhu looked at her careless appearance and said somewhat anxiously, Miss, the imperial examinations will be held in a few days. Second young master is so confident, if he really obtains a good ranking, then we will be in trouble. He has no talent and no virtue, how can he obtain a good ranking? Jiang Wan looked at the newly completed painting in front of her and put down her brush. Lu Zhu came over to take a look and saw that the painting was a painting of moonlight. The moonlight shone brightly over the hills, and there was a faint glow of fireflies in the forest. Mrs. Painting is really beautiful. Lu Zhu exclaimed in admiration, is this painting going to be mounted? No need, send it to the Imperial Academy. Jiang Wan said. Painting? Lu Zhu was surprised, Miss is sending a painting. Not writing. He will understand. Jiang Wan rolled up the painting. Between the moonlight and the firefly, whose light was brighter, who shone more? The place that the firefly could fly to was no more than a few zhang high, and the light that it could shine was no more than a square inch. How high was the moon, but the places that it could shine were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. The higher one stood, the wider the area that they could shine. If one wanted to help more people, one had to have more power. With a higher status, one could do things with more freedom. Lu Min was smart enough to understand this. Although Lu Zhu did not understand why, she still put away the painting. Jiang Wan gave her a few instructions in her ear, and Lu Zhu nodded in surprise and left. The next few days passed by peacefully. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, but rumors in the capital said that the emperor had the intention to appoint Zhao Daren of Hanlin Academy as the chief examiner, and that Zhao Daren had accepted bribes from the examinees. This matter was widely spread in the marketplace, and the imperial censors submitted memorials one after another to request for a thorough investigation of this matter. As the annual imperial examination was of great importance, the emperor was enraged, and suspended Zhao Daren for questioning, and ordered the chief examiner to be the chief examiner. When the news of Zhao Daren's suspension came out, it was said that Jiang Quan had not returned to the Fu for 2 whole days. When he returned, he threw a big tantrum, and Mei Qing Yuan was thrown into chaos. Jiang Chao was so angry that he punished several servant girls who had committed minor mistakes. The servants of the Jiang Fu were anxious all day, and only Ruan Ju was as comfortable as ever. At this time, Jiang Su Su sent an invitation to Jinying Wang Fu, saying that she wanted to pay a visit to thank Xiao Xiao for helping her during the Lantern Festival. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao was not in the Fu. Instead, Jiang Su Su had been scolded by an old housekeeper of Jinying Wang Fu, who was over 60 years of age, and had returned in a rage. Lian Xiao and Lu Zhu impatiently imitated Jiang Su's angry and distressed expression for Jiang Wan to see, and Jiang Wan could not help but feel a little happier. In addition, Nanny Zhou's condition had improved a lot under careful nursing. In order to not frighten the servants of Ruanju, Nanny Zhou used a piece of cloth to cover her eyes. On normal days, she could also do some simple work in Ruanju. Jiang Wan had left the few servant girls that Xia Yan had sent over unchecked. Only Lian Xiao, who was impatient, managed to make those servant girls docile. Although Bai Ji looked gentle, she was actually not very close to people. These servant girls had been given the cold shoulder in Ruanju, and they had been at a loss. Only Xu Xiang, who did things quickly and cleanly, had a gentle and appropriate temperament. Lian Xiao and Bai Ji could not find any fault with her. However, the rumors about Jiang Su and Xia Yan, mother and daughter, were suppressed by the rumors that the chief examiner had been bribed. It could be considered as a blessing in disguise. On the day of the examination, which was presided over by the Ministry of Rites, Jiang Chao was not very happy when he returned to the Fu. However, the examiners appointed by the emperor were all stubborn and upright officials, and there was no room for discussion. He anxiously waited for the day the results were released. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chao was only ranked 458th, and did not even manage to earn any tribute money. Jiang Quan was so angry that he shut himself in the study and refused to see anyone. The act of bringing Jiang Chao around to socialize seemed to be a huge joke. Jiang Su was incomparably disappointed. Xia Yan wanted to persuade Jiang Quan, but for the first time, Jiang Quan lost his temper with her. Lin Lang stood to one side, not daring to make a sound. When Jiang Chao received the news that he had failed in the examination, he left the Jiang Fu without a second word. For the next few days, he drank himself into a stupor in a restaurant, and did not return home, as if he had become dispirited. When Lu Zhu told Jiang Wan about these matters, her tone was full of relief. So this second young master only speaks well, but in reality, he does not have any ability. I heard that he drinks every day. Today, master ordered people to tie him up and bring him back to use the family rules to properly teach him a lesson. Jiang Wan took a sip of tea. He is proud and arrogant, and regards his face as more important than his life. Naturally, he cannot accept failure. This servant thinks that second young master is not as good as Mississippi Miss is much smarter than second young master. Lu Zhu pursed her lips. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes and did not speak. A few days ago, she had ordered Lu Zhu to go to the marketplace and spread rumors about the chief examiner bribing the examiner. In her previous life, the matter of Zhao Daren's bribery had only been exposed a few years later. Now that she had spoken about it so early, the emperor was bound to change the chief examiner. And just in case, the new chief examiner would definitely have an upright and plain-spoken temperament. Although Jiang Chao's essays were not bad, they were too slick. To the faction of the Clear Stream, they hated these kinds of essays the most. Even if he did not fail, he would not get a good ranking. On the contrary, Lu Min's solitary and straightforward temperament would definitely be to the chief examiner's liking. Moreover, with the emperor personally presiding over the court examinations, with her letters, Lu Min's views would subtly change, and she would definitely win the emperor's favor. Lu Min, Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Don't let me down. Sure enough, 3 days later, the results of the court examinations were out. The emperor personally named Lu Min as the top scorer, Mo Tsong as the second runner-up, and Wang Xiling as the third runner-up. The top three were parading through the streets on horseback. All three of them were dressed in new official robes and were riding fine horses. Moreover, they were born with a striking appearance. Many young girls from their boudoirs came out to take a look. The most eye-catching one was the Zhuangyuan. The young man was born with delicate features, and his bright red official robes made his complexion look a little more gentle, yet he had a clear and lofty character. As the white horse passed, it was all silk flowers thrown by bold women. Lu Min was still suspicious. He still remembered the question the emperor had given him during the court examinations. In the past, it was said that the saints ruled the country with propriety, and the country flourished. Afterwards, when the saints passed away, the country declined. However, there were also people who said, although propriety is good, it is difficult to restrict the people. Only by law can the world follow suit, and there will be peace and prosperity. What does everyone think? The moment he heard the question, he was shocked. It was exactly the same as the mysterious person's first letter. He was immediately confused. Previously, he thought that propriety was the best way to rule the country, but the other party thought that it should be combined. It was reasonable and convincing. Now that the question had appeared again, he calmed his mind. Just like what he had discussed with the mysterious person, he spoke with fervor and assurance. Propriety and law, each has its own importance. If propriety rules the country, the people will be at peace for a long time. If law rules the country, the people will be strong. At first, he was still a little uneasy. The more he spoke, the more fluent and passionate he became. His previous hesitation was completely thrown to the back of his mind. For the first time, he confidently revealed his ambitions. When he finished, he lightly bowed to the emperor and said, "This student has a foolish opinion." The surroundings were silent for a long time before the person on the high seat burst into laughter. He clapped his hands and said, "Good, well said. I am extremely pleased that the Jin kingdom has such a talent." Lu Min was still in disbelief after being named Zhuangyuan in a daze. Mo Tsong came over to congratulate him. Brother Lu's point of view is really novel. It is very different from what Brother Lu has said in the past. He politely returned the greeting, but he was more and more hesitant. If he did not know that the emperor did not have such hobbies, he would almost have thought that the mysterious person was the emperor. But after all, it could not be the emperor. But who could it be? Why would he help him if he knew the question a few days ago? Lu Min's mood was somewhat complicated. He had lived an honest and upright life and had never used such a dishonorable method to win anything. But at this moment, he did not want to take the initiative to say everything. Once he said everything, the person who helped him behind the scenes was bound to be implicated. Moreover, everything he had now would vanish into thin air. He still remembered the painting that person had sent him. The higher one stood, the greater one's ability would be. The young Zhuangyuan was proud of his success, but he did not notice that there was a shady face in the crowd, looking at him with hatred. Jiang Chao reeked of alcohol as he looked at the lofty Zhuangyuan. He stood even taller than before, his clear and arrogant eyes seemingly unable to contain anyone. Jiang Chao clenched his fists. Why? He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. On this day, the streets of the great Jin dynasty were empty, all to see the elegant demeanor of the young Zhuangyuan. But one person had infiltrated the dormitory of the Imperial College. Lu Min's dormitory had not yet been tidied up and was maintained in its usual state. Xiao Xiao, dressed in a deep black brocade robe embroidered with Buddha heads and immortals, stood in front of Lu Min's desk. He reached out and picked up a letter on the desk. There were only 5 words on it, "Many thanks." "Who are you?" Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows. Mo Tsong had said that Lu Min was like a different person from a few days ago, and his views at the palace examination were even more different from before. A person's views would not easily change over a long period of time. Lu Min's personality was simply not suited to be an official. It was truly strange that he had been appointed to Zhuangyuan. For example, the letter in front of him stated that Lu Min only had a bedridden mother and no close friends in the Imperial College. This, "Who are you?" was thought-provoking. Xiao Xiao pulled open the drawer in front of the desk. There was only a stack of books in the drawer. He pulled out the book at the bottom and removed the letter from the stack. He saw the words written on it. It seemed to be a discussion between ordinary scholars. The writing was reserved and did not appear smooth. At first glance, it was very similar to the eighth prince, Xianli. But this person was definitely not Xianli. Xiao Xiao's gaze fell on the letter at the bottom. On it was clearly written, "In the past, the sages ruled the country with propriety. When the sages passed away, the country declined. Propriety was the right way to rule the country. However, there was also a saying, although propriety is good, it is difficult to control the people. Only by law can the world follow suit and there will be peace and prosperity." He was slightly taken aback. His cold eyes flashed with sharpness. This was the question of the palace examination. It seemed that someone had written this letter to Lu Min long before the palace examination. Who was this person? He must be someone close to the emperor. Could there be a traitor in the palace? But Lu Min was only a commoner. What good would it do to help him? Perhaps official Zhao's bribery a few days ago had something to do with it. Xiao Xiao put the letter away and said, "Brocade 1, Brocade 2. Master." Two men dressed in black appeared in the room. "Send a group of brocade guards to guard the Imperial College and follow the messenger." Xiao Xiao said, "The two of you keep an eye on Lu Min." "Yes." Xiao Xiao nodded. He turned his handsome face and happened to see a painting hanging in front of Lu Min's desk. The moonlight shone on the mountains and rivers, and the forest was dotted with fireflies. He glanced at it, then turned and walked out of the dormitory. The elegant demeanor of the Imperial College scholar made many young girls in the great Jin dynasty fall head over heels for him. That night, Jiang Yuan did not read. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji looked at each other. Lian Qiao said, "Today, I heard many servants in the Fu say that the Zhuangyuan is born with good looks and an elegant demeanor. He is indeed a talented person." Bai Ji glared at Lian Qiao, "Don't talk nonsense in front of Mississippi. Don't you have any shame? Could it be that you are lovesick? Damned wench, see if I don't tear your mouth apart." Lian Qiao blushed and scolded jokingly, "I am happy now. The more the Zhuangyuan is pleased, the more depressed that person will be. Thinking of this, I can't help but laugh. You can't say such things carelessly." Bai Ji glanced at the door, "Don't forget that there are a few people outside. The walls have ears." She was referring to Xu Xiang and the others. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, "Second brother is suffering now. I think he will go to the tavern to drink. Yesterday, the newly opened tavern in the east of the city is next to the capital's largest brothel, by Hualu. Today also happens to be the day that Miss Peony opens a box. Second brother was defeated in the imperial examinations, so he must be proud of his love. However, Miss Peony's net worth is not low. Second brother is rich and overbearing. I just don't know if the Jiang Fu has the money to pay for second brother's beauty." Lian Qiao and Bai Ji looked at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. Jiang Yuan was a virtuous lady, but when she talked about the matters of the brothel, she was magnanimous. It made people feel uncomfortable. As they were talking, Lu Zhu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Jiang Yuan look at her, she took a few steps forward and half knelt beside Jiang Yuan. She said in a low voice, "Miss, it's done." This servant let Denyo follow second young master to the tavern, and deliberately mentioned that Miss Peony loves gifted scholars. "I think there shouldn't be any mistakes." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. The Bai Hua Lu in the capital was a money-squandering establishment. Many rich young masters had spent their money there. Moreover, this Miss Peony was the top girl of Bai Hua Lu. Normally, she only sold her skills but not her body. She was both beautiful and skillful. Today was her opening day, and many people were looking forward to becoming her guest. This Miss Peony also had another hobby, which was that she loved gifted scholars the most. If this person was especially talented, then he would naturally have good luck with women. Now that Jiang Chao had failed, and today, he saw how proud of himself Swangi Wanlang was, it was likely that he was already depressed and indignant. Becoming Miss Peony's guest was perhaps the only way to make his heart feel better. However, although Peony loved gifted scholars, she was also a person who dealt in the flesh business. It was not an exaggeration to say that one night was worth 1,000 taels of gold, let alone the first night. How could Jiang Chao monopolize the night when so many noble young masters were fighting for it? In her previous life, on the opening day of Miss Peony's contract, she was bought by Li Yang, the eldest son of Li Dong, a powerful official in the capital. Li Yang used 10 bushels of pearls and 5,000 taels of gold to buy Miss Peony's first night. Because of this, Miss Peony became famous in the capital and became the most expensive courtesan. In this life, it was unknown whether Jiang Chao had the money to compete with Li Yang. Li Dong. Jiang Wan smiled coldly. In her previous life, Pei had died under his body. She would never forget that scene. Li Yang's appearance today was just the beginning. The death knell had just rung, and her revenge was finally about to begin. Chapter 67. Of the 12 gentleness villages in the capital, the most beautiful was 100 Flowers Tower. The 100 Flowers Tower was located in the most prosperous Rui Alley on West Street. It was built magnificently. Each of the women in the 100 Flowers Tower had their own specialties. The men in the capital were so enthralled that they forgot about home and home. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they made a fortune every day. The Peony Lady of the 100 Flowers House was the golden signboard of the 100 Flowers House. This woman was charming and flirtatious, and proud to the bone. Because she had a bit of Hu Ji blood in her, her facial features were deep, making her even more beautiful. Not only that, he was bold and shrewd, but he was also a gifted scholar. All these contradictions added to her charm. How many people were willing to throw away large sums of money in order to win a beauty's affection? Unfortunately, Miss Peony only sold her skills and not her body. Tonight, however, was the first time in the 3 years since she had entered the 100 Flowers Tower that she had sold her virginity. At this time, the 100 Flowers Tower was already packed with people. The hall with the swaying beaded curtains was filled with young masters from noble families. Everyone wanted to be Miss Peony's guest. Sitting in the middle was a young master dressed in green. He was in his early 20s, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, the dark circles under his eyes were nauseating. One look and one could tell that it was caused by excessive indulgence. He waved his folding fan with one hand and said rather flirtatiously, "Why hasn't Miss Peony come out yet? You've made everyone wait for quite a while." Beside him stood a young woman in the prime of her youth, dressed in a thin pink muslin skirt. Her jade-like arms picked up a small cup of wine on the table and gently fed it to the green-clothed gentleman's mouth. "Sister Peony is dressing up." Young Master Li's words make this servant sad. Could it be that I only recognized Sister Peony? This young man in green was the eldest son of Prime Minister Li Dong. Li Dong had 2 sons. His eldest son, Li Yang, was ignorant and incompetent. He spent his days in the brothels and loitering around the willows. He had learned 70% of Li Dong's lecherous nature. His son, Lian, was smart and talented. At such a young age, he had already achieved great things in his career. Tonight was Li Yang's first night at the 100 Flowers Tower, wanting the peony. In a seat not far from Li Dong, there was another person with a dazed look in his eyes. His bright blue coat was stained with wine, and beside him was a burly manservant. On the other side, another beautiful lady was pouring wine for him. It was Jiang Chao, who came here after drinking. Jiang Chao's gaze was dark as he pulled the woman who was pouring wine into his arms and said, "I heard that the peony in your brothel loves scholars the most." Caught off guard, the woman was pulled into his arms. Just as she was about to put on a bashful expression, Jiang Chao suddenly asked her this question. The women of the brothel naturally knew how to read a person's words and body language. Although they didn't know how, judging from Jiang Chao's upper-class clothing, he should also be from a wealthy family. She didn't dare to slight him and softly said, "Not all of them. It's just that most of the people that Sister Peony has chosen are talented and learned." She laughed delicately. "Look at young master's appearance. You're a true scholar. You must be very talented and knowledgeable." It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but the moment she said it, Jiang Chao's expression changed. The image of Lu Min sitting leisurely on a tall horse appeared before his eyes. He immediately pushed the woman away and coldly drank a mouthful of wine. The woman didn't understand why Jiang Chao was angry. She cursed in her heart and left with a smile. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out from upstairs. "Miss Peony has arrived." Immediately, the surroundings flared up. Li Yang, who was fanning himself, heard the noise and narrowed his eyes to look upstairs. He saw a woman with a veil covering her face appear upstairs. She wore a black and yellow hibiscus embroidered robe with a phoenix pattern, a patterned slanted skirt that dragged the ground, and a silk cloth with blue clouds embroidered on it. She had long black hair that was piled up into clouds and was coiled into an elegant and unique double immortal bun. A copper biao with twisted rose threads was inserted into her hair. Her creamy white hand wore an agate bracelet, and a long ribbon was tied around her waist. A fragrant pouch of folded flowers hung from it. She wore a pair of lotus flower embroidered shoes. Her entire person was as dazzling as a spring peach. Because she was wearing a veil, the crowd couldn't see her appearance clearly. However, seeing her graceful figure, they felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. They wanted nothing more than to rush forward and tear off that veil. The woman was rather magnanimous. She stood on a small platform on the second floor and leaned against the pavilion. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh. Her voice was like a silver bell, clear and melodious, yet also carrying a hint of wildness. She extended a pair of tender, jade-like hands and gently took off her veil. Immediately, a face that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame was revealed. To tell the truth, although Peony was born beautiful, she wasn't a national beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. For example, Jiang Su Su or Jiang Ruan of the Jiang family, she definitely couldn't compare. However, she won in that exotic style. Her complexion was slightly dark, but it didn't seem rustic. That pair of azure eyes were like sapphires. With just a glance, the hearts of more than half of the men present would be hooked away. Li Yang murmured, "This kind of natural beauty, if I could obtain it, I would definitely indulge in pleasure. Peony, I want you." Although Jiang Chao normally wasn't as lecherous as Li Yang, he was still a man in his bones. Moreover, he had drunk a little wine. Now that the smell of alcohol had risen, and Peony was a natural beauty, a ball of fire sprang up in his heart. Peony was also an expert. All the men in the capital wanted to play with her, but in the end, no one knew who was the one playing with who. She lightly tossed the veil downwards. Immediately, the men rushed forward like a swarm of bees to snatch it. In the end, the young man who managed to snatch it placed the veil under his nose and lightly sniffed it. His gaze revealed a trace of infatuation. Li Yang frowned, but Peony lightly laughed from upstairs. She said, "Gentlemen, Peony is here. Now, you can start bidding." Her posture and tone were bold, and her hot tears immediately caused the audience below the stage to go crazy. Li Yang's gaze was fixed on her. I wonder what kind of ecstasy it would feel like in bed with such a wonderful person. He waved his hand at the manservant beside him, and the manservant immediately joined the bidding team. Li Yang had a well-thought-out plan. In terms of wealth and honor in the capital, their Li family was absolutely second to none. His old man, Li Dong, had once done something like bidding for a brothel girl. To him, money was only a small matter, as long as he could bring home a beauty. Although there were many young masters below the stage, those who came to the brothel to bid were mostly ignorant and incompetent. Even if they had a bit of skill, they were all afraid of their family elders finding out. Using their own money, they were ultimately fearful. However, he didn't care about the inside or the outside. In any case, he wasn't afraid that his father would find out. Perhaps if his father found out about this, he'd have to come another day and have him taste that unparalleled beauty. Li Yang was inwardly pleased. The bidders were fierce at first, but they slowly calmed down later on. This was because the price was no longer something ordinary rich families could raise. Peony smiled brightly, watching the silver increase bit by bit. In the end, there were actually only two people bidding. One was the manservant beside Li Yang, and the other was a big and burly man. Li Yang beckoned for the manservant to return to his side. Seeing that the price had already reached 3,000 taels of gold, he lazily extended 4 fingers. 4,000 taels. The big and burly man retreated behind Jiang Chao and said in a low voice, "Young master, that fellow is clearly provoking us." Jiang Chao was depressed and indignant. Originally, he was determined to obtain peony today. Although he was already drunk, he vaguely understood that 4,000 taels of gold was not a small sum. He simply didn't have that much silver. But hearing Dainiu say that that person was provoking him, Lu Min's arrogant and disdainful gaze appeared in Jiang Chao's mind again. He clenched his teeth. 5,000 taels. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. In the whole world, there was no famous courtesan who could pay 5,000 taels of gold for a night. Li Dong snorted and looked Jiang Chao up and down seriously. Although Jiang Chao's clothes were not cheap, in the end, he still couldn't compare to himself. In his heart, Li Dong was certain that Jiang Chao was trying to look impressive at his own cost. Unconcerned, he waved his hand. 6,000 taels. 7,000 taels. Jiang Chao clenched his teeth. When he looked at Li Yang again, he only felt that the person on the seat had changed. It was the proud scholar who had ridden his horse through the streets today. In his heart, there was only one thought: compete, he must compete with him. 8,000 taels. Li Yang said angrily. 9,000 taels. Jiang Chao smashed a teacup. Li Yang was extremely angry. He could also see that this person was deliberately opposing him. He said, "Add a bushel of pearls." Jiang Chao saw that he was no longer just calling for gold. Looking at the wine cup in front of him, he suddenly became more clear-headed. No matter what, he could not take out 9,000 taels of gold. Not only that, if Jiang Quan found out about this, he would definitely beat him until he couldn't get out of bed. But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, could it be that he had to just give up with his tail between his legs? At this moment, his competitive spirit had already been aroused by Li Yang. His actions were always faster than his reason. He raised his head, just in time to see Peony's gaze on him from the second floor. That gaze was full of smiles, as if it was a gentle encouragement, but also a silent mockery. His heart swayed, and heroically said, 10,000 taels. There was no more sound. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot, but Jiang Chao only stared at Li Yang. In his eyes, at this moment, Li Yang was the flustered and exasperated Lu Min, who could not do anything to him. Although Li Yang was a hedonistic son of rich parents, he was well aware of the rules of the brothel. Although a beauty was good, 10,000 taels was too expensive. 10,000 taels was already enough to buy quite a few clean young beauties. Thinking it over, it really wasn't worth it. Although he was furious in his heart, he still smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then this young master won't snatch what others like. Miss Peony, it's a pity." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands, turned around, and left. However, when he reached the door, he still couldn't calm down. With a pair of sinister eyes, he ordered the manservant beside him, "Investigate that person for this young master. Snatching my woman, I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life." After Li Yang left, Peony chuckled softly. Peony's heart is truly moved that Sir is willing to throw away 1,000 gold for Peony. I'll have to trouble Gongzi to deliver the money to Mama downstairs, and then come to Peony's boudoir for a small gathering. Silver notes. Jiang Chao abruptly reacted and looked at Peony's gentle blue eyes again. He didn't know why, but he actually broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, he knew that he didn't have any extra money to pay Peony, but 100 Flowers Tower wasn't completely defenseless in the capital. What could he do if they made a scene? At this moment, the burly manservant beside him, Dainyu, said, "My young master left in a hurry today, so he didn't bring any silver." As soon as he said that, everyone roared with laughter. He'd specifically come to buy Peony's first night, but he didn't bring any silver. Wouldn't it be a joke if it was said that? Peony looked at him with great interest. But 100 Flowers Tower doesn't have the rule of credit. How about Gongzi first bring the silver, and then we can have a good talk? These words were ridiculing, and Jiang Chao was enraged in his heart. He'd already drunk wine, and he didn't have any taboos in his actions. Looking at Peony's face brimming with mockery, he immediately jumped up and cursed, nothing more than a whore in the flesh business. Eyes open at the sight of money, and you still say you love some gifted scholar. What a hypocrite. Slut. Peony's complexion changed, and a group of guards carrying sabers and staffs suddenly surged in the surroundings. Peony normally socialized widely, and high officials and nobles were also willing to give her face. Some of these guards were sent by nobles, and they were responsible for protecting Peony. At this moment, they tightly surrounded Jiang Chao, and Peony said indifferently, "It seems that Gongzi has come to make trouble, or perhaps you want to take advantage of the disturbance to renege on your debt. 100 Flowers Tower treats customers who renege on their debts with old rules." She nodded her chin, indicating for someone to come over. Does Gongzi want to keep his left hand or his right hand? Jiang Chao was startled, and immediately wanted to rush forward, cursing and swearing, "I'll kill you, slut." How could the guards be willing to tolerate him? In a few moments, they subdued him to the ground. Seeing this, Dainyu panicked and said, "Miss, please be magnanimous. My family's young master doesn't want to renege on his debt. Would Miss please bring some people to the Jiangfu in the capital city? My family's young master is the second son of Minister Zhang's Fu. Miss can bring young master's keepsake to get the money." The surrounding people began to discuss again. Minister Zhang's family was upright, and they hadn't expected that his son would have such a scoundrel's face. Everyone couldn't help but recall the rumors about Jiang Su a few days ago during the Lantern Festival. Indeed, one could know a person's face but not their heart. It seemed that this Jiang family wasn't as upright as they appeared on the surface. Peony's eyes turned. "Since that's the case, Mama, please bring some people to the Jiangfu. Everyone present, please be my witness. This young Master Jiang spent 10,000 taels here to buy peonies tonight. When young Master Jiang delivers the money, Peony will naturally have a long talk with young Master Jiang through the night." After saying this, she couldn't bear to look at Jiang Chao any longer, so she flicked her sleeves and left. Although Peony was a prostitute in the capital city, she had many connections and knew many high officials and nobles. Many people still had to give her face. Thus, she really didn't put Jiang Chao's status in her eyes. That night, Jiang Wan closed her book and prepared to rest. She faintly heard the sound of crying coming from outside. She rubbed her temples. "What's going on?" Baiji got up and brought her some hot water. "I don't know. It was like this just now. Lu Zhu has already gone out to inquire." As she spoke, Lu Zhu had already flashed into the room. Seeing Jiang Wan and Baiji looking at her, she said, "It seems to be someone from Baihua Lu. They said that second young master owes them money. To ask for money, they actually came to the Fu." Baiji couldn't hide the disdain in her words. She had always felt some conflict towards a place like Baihua Lu. Furen and Master quarreled fiercely. Lu Zhu smiled craftily. Furen wanted to use money to redeem second young master, but Master said that he didn't have that much money. Furan then cried and quarreled with Master. Jiang Wan smiled. Furan has really misunderstood him. Indeed, the Jiang Fu did not have 10,000 taels of gold. This Fu looked magnificent and majestic, but in the end, it was just an empty shell. Moreover, a few days ago, in order to bribe official Zhao for Jiang Chao's imperial examination, the Jiang Fu had spent a large sum of money. Although it was ultimately wasted, the money had actually been spent. Such a big thing has happened in the Fu. As a daughter, how can I not go and take a look? Jiang Wan stood up. Let's also go and take a look. Lu Zhu and Zhou Momo slept in the room next door. Jiang Wan did not wake her up. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji helped her put on a coat and a cloak. Just as they walked to the entrance of the courtyard, they saw Fu Rong supporting Jiang Dan. When Jiang Dan saw her, she jumped in fright. She hurriedly bowed to her and asked cautiously, "De Jiejie, have you also heard about second brother's matter?" Jiang Wan nodded. Although I don't know what exactly happened, I still have to go and take a look. I also think so. Jiang Dan shyly lowered her head. After all, we are sisters. Jiang Wan glanced at her with a smile and said no more. The two of them then got up and walked towards the main hall. As soon as they entered the main hall, the first thing they heard was Xia Yan's crying. Jiang Wan raised her eyebrows. She saw that all the yin-yang were present. Jiang Li had a gloating look on her face, while Jiang Su's face was snow white. If one looked closely, one could see the panic in her eyes. De Yin-yang was cautiously persuading Xia Yan. Furan, don't cry. What if you hurt your body? Xia Yan did not even look at her. She only tightly grabbed Jiang Quan's arm and cried, "Master, that is our flesh and blood. Do you really intend to ignore him?" Jiang Quan pursed his lips and lowered his head to look at Xia Yan. At this moment, Xia Yan's hair was slightly messy. Her face, which had always been filled with the aura of a scholar, was streaked with tears, making her appear even more elegant. After all, she was a woman whom he truly loved. Jiang Quan supported her with one hand and sighed. It's not that I don't want to save him, but the Fu does not have that much money. We can go and borrow. Xia Yan was somewhat frantic. Master, don't you know many bureaucrats? Just borrow some. It won't be long before I can go to my maternal family to borrow. Master, Chao cannot fall into their hands. What kind of place is 100 Flowers Tower, Master? Nonsense. Jiang Quan withdrew his hand. His gaze once again became cold and hard. Borrowing money from colleagues? Do you think that my Jiang Fu's face can be trampled on so casually? Father, what's going on? What kind of place is 100 Flowers Tower? Jiang Wan opened her mouth to ask. Only then did everyone see that she and Jiang Dan had arrived. Jiang Quan frowned. What are you doing here? Bai Ji and Lian Qiao pursed their lips. The Fu Xinyang had come, but Jiang Wan and Jiang Dan were not invited. Did they really think that they were transparent? Jiang Wan said, I heard the quarrel at night. I was concerned and came to take a look. But what happened? Her expression of concern did not seem to be fake. Jiang Quan stared at her with a complicated gaze. Under the light of the lantern, Jiang Ruan's features were picturesque. She wore a bright red rui satin cloak, which made her look even more exquisite like a jade carving. He had also heard about the incident at the Lantern Festival a few days ago and had suspected Jiang Ruan. The young girl in front of him was slender and elegant. Looking at her carefully, she also had some resemblance to Zhao Mei's original appearance. He was somewhat absent-minded. When Xia Yan saw Jiang Ruan, her eyes lit up. She rushed over and said, Ruan, mother knows that you are the softest-hearted and a kind child. Now that something has happened to your second brother, can you first take out the dowry that older sister left for you to save your brother? After a few days, mother will return it to you. She looked at her expectantly. Jiang Yuan looked at her quietly. Was Xia Yan's brain damaged? She actually asked her for help. Unfortunately, she smiled slightly. Mother, what are you saying? If I really had money, I would naturally take it out to save second brother. But mother also knows that when I went to the rural residence 5 years ago, the evil servants there bullied the master. The dowry that mother left for me had long been looted by those evil servants. She sighed. Ruan Yang really has the heart but is powerless. Xia Yan's hand loosened and she looked at her blankly. Jiang Ruan's gaze calmly met hers. She did not know whether Xia Yan was currently regretting her actions. After all, she was the one who had sent her to the rural residence. Now, she only had herself to blame. In order to marry Jiang Quan, Zhao Mei had severed all ties with the Zhao family. Thus, there was not much dowry left. But in the end, she was still from a family of generals. Over the years, together with the jewels and ornaments she had collected, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000. In order to maintain her virtuous appearance, Xia Yan had never had any ideas about this dowry. The things that had been stolen from the rural residence had long been returned when Imperial Censor Wang had sought redress for her grievances. However, at that time, Jiang Yuan had asked Lian Xiao to change everything into banknotes so that one day, when Xia Yan asked about the dowry, she could confidently reject it. Xia Yan felt as if her entire body had been hollowed out. Her whole body went limp and she muttered, "My Chao, could it be that he has really reached the end of the road?" Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Su could not help but run to her side. Both mother and daughter burst into tears. Jiang Li frowned. Second brother is really too willful. The Fu really does not have that much money, and he even angered father. Second Yin Yang covered Jiang Li's mouth, knowing that now was not the time to add fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Jiang Quan fiercely glared at Jiang Li. Seeing this, Hong Ying walked forward. Furen, don't just think about crying now. Although the Fu does not have 10,000 taels of gold, there should still be a few thousand taels. Why don't you go and get it first, then talk to the people from Baihua Lu and have them release the people first. Jiang Yuan laughed in her heart and glanced at Hong Ying. Hong Ying herself had come from a brothel, so it was impossible that she did not know the rules of a brothel. The more popular a girl was, the higher her net worth. Not everyone could offend her. If one owed a large debt and was unable to pay it back, then one had to keep one's life. If one could not pay it all back, then there was absolutely no reason to put it on credit. If the people from the Jiang Fu went to talk to Baihua Lu tonight and were only willing to fork out a portion of the money, then it would be tantamount to admitting that the Jiang Fu could not afford the rest. Then, according to the rules, Jiang Chao would have to keep a portion of what he had on him. This fifth Yin Yang looked gentle and graceful, but in the end, she had come from the streets. Her methods were no less ruthless than Jiang Ruan's. Jiang Quan looked at Xia Yan and her daughter, who were crying themselves hoarse. His heart softened and he finally said, "Don't cry anymore. Housekeeper Zhang, go to the storehouse and get some money. Find a few people and make a trip to Baihua Lu." Xia Yan's crying stopped, and she temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Quan then looked at Jiang Yuan and the others. "There is no point in you staying here. Go back to the courtyard and don't come out and walk around." Jiang Dan hurriedly and timidly complied. Jiang Yuan nodded and left the hall with Jiang Li. Jiang Li's courtyard was in a different direction from Jiang Ruan's. Before they left, Jiang Yuan said to Jiang Dan, "I did not expect that second older brother would actually commit such a grave mistake. If Suma were to find out, I wonder how angry she would be." Jiang Dan stared blankly. Jiang Li's footsteps paused, and she quickly left. Jiang Dan asked, "Does Dejia mean that Zuma still does not know about this matter? Did you see any trace of Zuma tonight?" Jiang Yuan said, "Since I did not see her, then naturally I do not know." She walked slowly with a smile on her face. Who knew if the old Jiang madam would wake up the next morning and find out that half of the Jiang Fu's life savings had been used to pay for Jiang Chao's wishful thinking. And Jiang Chao was destined not to return in one piece. That night, Jiang Wan slept very deeply. When she opened her eyes in the morning, the sunlight from outside was already shining into the room. Seeing that she was awake, Bai Ji smiled and said, "Miss slept very well last night, but you woke up late this morning. Mother has not ordered me to pay my respects, so there is no harm in being late." Jiang Wan smiled. Furen is not in the mood for Miss to pay her respects now, she is too busy. Lian Xiao brought over some hot water, and as she helped Jiang Wan wash her face, she said, "Mei Qin Yuan has been turned upside down." Jiang Wan took the handkerchief and asked, "How is it now?" Second young master's right pinky finger was chopped off. Lian Xiao said, when he came back, he was dripping with blood. It was so scary. After a pause, she continued, "Now, the news has spread outside that second young master went to Bai Hua Lu to throw away 1,000 taels of gold in one go, but in fact, his pockets were empty. Our Jiang Fu could not take out so much money at the moment, so we only gave 5,000 taels. The people of Bai Hua Lu spared second young master's life, and only chopped off his pinky finger." After Jiang Wan finished washing her face, she returned the handkerchief to Lian Xiao and asked, "What else?" "Miss is really amazing," Lian Xiao said. Old Furen somehow found out about this matter, and flew into a terrible rage. Furen and second Miss are grounded. Now, the physician has just finished seeing second young master and wants to take old Furen's pulse. Third younger sister's actions are so fast. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Has this matter spread throughout the capital? Of course. Lu Zhu came in from outside. When she heard Jiang Ruan's words, she casually added, "Now, everyone knows about the story of second young master throwing away 1,000 taels of gold for a beauty at Bai Hua Lu last night, and even had his finger chopped off. Everyone says that the Jiang Fu is actually very poor." As she said the last sentence, she looked at Jiang Ruan's expression with some embarrassment. However, she saw that Jiang Wan did not take her words to heart in the slightest. Instead, she asked about another matter, "How is father now?" "Master is extremely angry. If second young master was not currently bedridden and unconscious, he would have rushed up to beat him up. It seems that he has encountered an extraordinary event." Jiang Wan lowered her head and took a sip of the tea that Bai Ji handed to her. The Jiang Fu's reputation, after Jiang Chao's ruckus last night, could be considered to have been completely destroyed. For a person like Jiang Quan, who valued his reputation, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. After this incident, the imperial censor's report would inevitably be against him. This would also be a hindrance to his official career. Of course, the most important thing was the conflict with the Li family in the capital. Since Jiang Chao had won the championship after throwing away 1,000 taels of gold last night, he was bound to offend Li Yang. Li Yang was a narrow-minded person. How could he leave the matter at that? Jiang Wan looked out of the window. Jiang Chao had dominated the title of the Jiang Fu's son for so many years that the world had almost forgotten that the Jiang family still had Jiang Xing. This debt, let her collect it on Jiang Xing's behalf. Jiang Chao, was this painful? From heaven to hell was only a step away, but this was just the beginning. In the study, Xia Yan looked at Jiang Quan in panic. "Master, you can't lock Chao up, why don't you let him go to the Imperial College?" Unfilial son. Jiang Quan was unable to restrain his anger. "Listen to what the outside world is saying about my Jiang Fu. Going to Bai Hua Lu to learn how to throw away 1,000 taels of gold, my Jiang Fu has raised him for so many years in vain. He failed in the imperial examinations and only knows how to drink all day. What a good son you have raised. I know that master is angry." Xia Yan knelt down, "but Chao is young and ignorant. Who hasn't made mistakes? Chao is also a son that I carried for 10 months. When Chao was young, people scolded him for being a bastard son. Master, have you forgotten? Everything Chao did was to bring glory to the Jiang family. His failure this time caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart, which is why he made such a big mistake. Now, hasn't he already received his punishment? Chao has already lost a finger. Please, master, take pity on him. Jiang Quan looked at Xia Yan kneeling on the floor and took a deep breath. This was the woman he loved, but he had made her bitterly wait for several years to become his wife. Jiang Chao had been born a bastard son, so no matter how much he compensated, it was of no use. Xia Yan continued, Master, don't tell me you don't even want your only son anymore. Jiang Quan's heart thumped heavily. Jiang Xing's life and death had been unknown for 5 years, so he had the right to pretend that he did not have this son. Xia Yan was right, Jiang Chao was now his only son. He sat down in front of the desk and said in a dispirited tone, I am doing this for Chao's own good. Last night's matter has caused him to form a grudge with the son of Prime Minister Li's Fu. If he does not lie low, I am afraid that Li Yang will not let him off easily. Xia Yan stared blankly, Prime Minister Li, who is Li Yang? How could Chao form a grudge with them? Jiang Quan sighed and explained the ins and outs of the matter to Xia Yan. There was one more thing that he did not tell Xia Yan. Li Dong was a person by the 8th prince's side. Now that he wanted to curry favor with the 8th prince, he had provoked Li Dong for no reason. If Li Dong got in the way, in the future, the big tree that was the 8th prince would not be able to tolerate him. Moreover, Li Dong's influence in the imperial court was extensive, so no matter what he said, it was not a good thing. Hearing Jiang Quan's words, Xia Yan muttered to herself, Master, are you saying this because you don't want to become enemies with the Li family? Climbing up the Li family and the Jiang family is a good thing. Jiang Quan shook his head, I originally wanted to find an opportunity to build a connection, but now that Chao is like this, I have instead formed a grudge. Xia Yan was silent for a moment, a thought emerging in her mind. She said, Master, do you know what is the most stable relationship? Jiang Quan looked at her. Xia Yan said, what if there is a marriage alliance with the Li family? Li's conduct is too flamboyant, and Dan is too young. Jiang Quan frowned, don't let your imagination run wild. Xia Yan shook her head, after all, Li and Dan are concubine daughters, and their statuses do not match, so they cannot be the official wife. Could it be that you are thinking of Su? Jiang Quan frowned, what kind of place is the Li family? Father-son marriages happen from time to time. Even if I want to curry favor with the Li family, I will not send Su into such a fiery pit. Master, what are you saying? Xia Yan walked a few steps towards Jiang Quan and nestled against him, her pair of jade hands gently massaging his shoulders. Su is also my flesh and blood, how could I think of her so? What I mean is Ruan She looked at Jiang Quan's stunned expression and continued, Ruan has a calm temperament. Although I am also worried, doesn't the Li family still have a younger son? That younger son is very intelligent, and if he takes a fancy to Ruan and their statuses are also suitable, wouldn't that mean we have a good relationship? In this way, we can make amends, and presumably that Li Dong will not make things difficult for us. Hearing this, Jiang Quan suddenly realized, I actually forgot about Lian. You are right, that Li En's future prospects are limitless. If Ruan marries him, the Jiang Fu will have a helping hand. However, he said with some hesitation, such a good marriage, you actually did not consider it for Su Ruan's life is bitter, Xia Yan said gently, in any case, Su has me to worry about her, but Ruan is a child without a mother. Both are daughters of the Jiang Fu, could it be that I would deliberately harm her? Besides, I still want to keep Su by my side for a few more years. The marriage is not urgent, we can take our time to choose. Seeing the smile on Xia Yan's face, Jiang Quan's expression finally softened, and he embraced her in his arms. I know that you are a person who understands the big picture, and marrying you in this life is my good fortune. Don't worry, I will definitely find an excellent marriage for and in this life, I will not let her feel wronged. Xia Yan smiled and agreed. The two of them talked for a while before Jiang Quan said, since that's the case, I will first send an invitation to the Li family, and let them come to the Fu for a chat. Xia Yan smiled and said, then I will not disturb master, I will go see Chao. She closed the door, the smile on her face disappearing in an instant. She walked through the corridor and into the courtyard, where Cui Yu was taking care of Jiang Chao. Seeing her enter, she hurriedly got up and retreated to one side. Jiang Chao was lying motionless on the bed, and Xia Yan sat down beside him. She pulled up the hands that were wrapped in white cloth and placed them by her lips, softly saying, Chao, don't worry, mother will definitely avenge you. Lin Lang stood to one side and asked, Furan, are you really going to be a matchmaker for eldest miss and second young master Li? How could that be possible? Xia Yan smiled sinisterly, I want her to be Li Yang's concubine for the rest of her life. She can forget about the title of official wife. I want her to lose all standing and reputation, and become a plaything for the Li family's father and son. I want her to marry into the Li family and suffer for the rest of her life. Lin Lang could not help but shiver. She only heard Xia Yan lightly laugh and say, second young master Li's official wife. In your dreams. The incident at Baihua Lu in the capital seemed to have spread overnight through the streets and alleys. These past few days, the Jiang family had become the hottest topic of discussion in the capital, but in the end, it was all just a joke. In Jining Wang Fu, a young man dressed in an ink-colored rain-patterned crane cloak stood by the window, making his posture even more tall and straight like jade. A snow-white pigeon flew in from outside the window and landed in the palm of his hand. From the pigeon's leg, he removed a note tied with a red thread. The pigeon's red bean-like eyes stared at him. He stretched out his finger and stroked the snow pigeon's head. The snow pigeon chirped happily, flapped its wings, and flew into the blue sky. Xiao Xiao unfolded the note and lightly frowned. He knocked on the table, and suddenly, two men dressed in black appeared in the room. Master, one of them took the lead to speak, we have investigated. This subordinate followed the errand boy of the Imperial College. The letter came from the upper echelons of Jiang Quan Fu in the capital, and the person who delivered the letter was eldest Miss Jiang's personal maid. However, we did not find any connection between the two. I understand, you may leave, Xiao Xiao said lightly. The room resumed its silence. Yi Feng stood behind Xiao Xiao and thought for a moment. The previous rumors were also spread by this eldest Miss Jiang. Master, this eldest Miss Jiang's identity is really suspicious. She is not a traitor, Xiao Xiao said. When he had found out that it was Jiang Ruan, he had also been very surprised. Generally, only the people close to the emperor knew about the emperor's palace examination questions. Jiang Ruan was only a girl in her boudoir. In any case, it was impossible for her to be a traitor in the palace. However, there were indeed many things about her that did not make sense. For example, previously in Assistant Minister Shen Fu, she even knew about the most secretive secret passage. He had 300,000 embroidered guards under him, and there was never any information that he could not collect. However, he could not find anything suspicious about this eldest Miss Jiang who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was as if she should have known all those secrets. He had also heard about the incident at Baihua Lu in the capital last night. Recently, the Jiang Fu had been in a lot of trouble, and it seemed that it had all started with this eldest Miss Jiang's return to the Fu. As it turned out, the embroidered guards found the manservant who had been by Jiang Chao's side last night at Baihua Lu. He also admitted that he had taken someone's money and deliberately lured Jiang Chao there. In the end, the spearhead was pointed at Jiang Ruan. He could not help but frown, there are some things that don't make sense. Continue to investigate and see what relationship she has with eighth brother. If she was Xian Li's chess piece, then it was a different matter. Yi Feng thought for a moment, what about the second miss of the Jiangfu? She came again a few days ago, and Steward Lin chased her out. Don't bother with her, Xiao Xiao said lightly. Yi Feng shrugged and did not speak anymore. At home, when Li Dong received Jiang Quan's invitation, he also shook his head and said, strange, what does Jiang Quan mean by this? Normally, we don't have much of a relationship, so why would he suddenly send an invitation? Li Dong had a big belly, and the beautiful concubine beside him was feeding him grapes as she said, perhaps he wants to cling on to Laoi. Li Yang's lecherous eyes were currently looking at Li Dong's newly entered concubine. When he heard this, he said, that won't do. Yesterday, it was this Jiang Chao who caused me to lose face. I must find an opportunity to properly tidy him up. Enough, Li Dong said, your younger brother will be returning to the capital in a few days, so don't give him any trouble. What kind of person is that Jiang Chao, that he is worthy of you bickering with him? Li Yang still wanted to say something, but the beautiful concubine giggled when she heard this. This servant does not know what kind of person Jiang Chao is, but before this servant entered the Fu, this servant had heard of the Jiang family's 2 daughters. Both of them are peerless beauties. When Li Yang heard this, his eyes brightened, is what you said true? Of course it is true. This servant would not dare to deceive young master. The beautiful concubine smiled tenderly and said, the eldest miss of the Jiang family is as charming as a demon, while the second miss of the Jiang family is as elegant as a fairy. Moreover, their talents are unparalleled. This is a fact that everyone in the capital knows. Eldest young master usually disdains the daughters of noble families, so I presume that you do not know this. I did not expect that Jiang Chao would have such 2 younger sisters. I would like to have a look at their elegance. A strange look flashed in Li Yang's eyes. Father, when did Jiang Quan send the invitation? Tomorrow. Li Dong looked at his son's eyes and knew full well, why, you also want to go to the Jiang family? With such beauty, I naturally want to have a look at their elegance. I want to see if the people in the capital are lying. Li Dong laughed somewhat vulgarly, Jiang Chao caused me to miss out on a peony. If these 2 younger sisters are beautiful enough, I will not bicker with him. You better open your eyes, Li Dong said, the Jiang family's young lady's status is there, and cannot be casually toyed with. I see that you are not young anymore, when are you going to marry a wife? Just in time, when you go to the Jiangfu tomorrow, if you really take a fancy to any one of them, you can marry them and bring them home. I still do not want to marry a wife, Jiang Chao's face fell. After thinking for a while, he asked the beautiful concubine, how are the temperaments of these 2 sisters of the Jiangfu? The eldest miss of the Jiang family has just returned to the capital and is not familiar with her. However, I have heard that she is also very graceful in her conduct, and looks gentle and graceful. The beautiful concubine smiled and said, the second miss of the Jiang family is naive and unaffected, and is ignorant of the ways of the world. Everyone in the capital knows this. Their temperaments are both not bad. Jiang Chao licked his lips, if I really want to marry a wife, it would be better to have the blessings of having 2 wives, which is also a wonderful thing. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.